All right, friends, welcome yet again to yet another KandyEggs stream. At least I believe I clicked it. I did indeed. Hello, welcome. As you may or may not know, today, or tonight rather, is going to be a very special stream. Partially because you can see my face, partially because I'm practicing my femme voice. Isn't that fun? We all love to hear KandyEggs being cringe, but mostly because today we are going to be streaming related to my graphic novel known as Tantum's Construct. Let's go ahead and get that little picture up here. Pardon, the camera may go out of focus and try and focus on the background, thus making me look like a scary ghost. We will see how that goes. Further so, pardon, my makeup looks shit. This is like the fourth time I've ever done it, so we are going to cope with that. But without further ado, oh, let me go ahead and get this up. Oh yeah, we can't go anywhere without the YouTube chat. I struggle to do streaming because my art tablet is one screen that is smaller than most screens. So that's fun. Alrighty. So, Tantum's Construct. If you haven't read it before, it is free up to read on Instagram at Kandy_eggs_comics, I believe is what it's called. Heck yeah. If you haven't read it, you should. It's fun. It's my favorite little project. Not to play favorites, but I do care about this one so much more, oh so much more than the exobiology project, partly because it has a name, Tantum's Construct. So, let's give you guys the old elevator pitch, especially those who are not watching this live. So Tantum's Construct is a comic about these little cartoon marshmallow looking dinosaurs. Isn't that fun? They live in a dinosaur world, a world of dinosaurs. Now in their world, magic is real. It is a thing that you can learn. But there are 9 elements of this magic, and a la Avatar and other such sorts of stories, there is an individual who is the incarnation of that element, and they are the most powerful elemental magic user in the world. But here's the kicker. When an elemental dies, there's only one actual person being that elemental at a time. For the instance, let's use the water elemental. Water elemental dies. What happens? That elemental stuff goes into a random new mortal thing, and all of a sudden there's a new mortal thing, and the other elementals have to sort of find it and teach it how to be an elemental, etc., etc. But the interesting thing about that is what happens when all of one generation of elementals are killed off at the same time, so all the babies have no idea what is happening. That is exactly what's happening here. So that that was much less of an elevator pitch. I just sort of said all the words at once. Ooh, we actually have somebody here. Let me make sure that I read. Let me bigify it. Sam Starlight, you look fine. Thank you. No, you're awesome. Magic dinosaurs followed by a very funny reaction that I have never seen before. That is beautiful. So, in combination, or should I say in tandem, or tandem, whatever, with talking about this, let's go ahead and get on to how we make a new page, because we are going to be focusing on how I make cartoons, how to make comics, etc., etc. Oh, I don't remember if Sam Starlight has been here before, but I use a really terrible art program called Krita, and it's free. So if you wanted to use an art program, Krita's free. Does a lot of stuff, not everything that Photoshop can do, but a lot of the stuff. Meh. Keep forgetting that the camera can see me and I can't just make disgusting faces this whole time. So, first and foremost, my resolution is only at 300. You should probably make it higher than that in case you have a printer that can print higher than that, but my comic book is supposed to be a very specific size. I should have made it bigger, but no. The art is 5 by 8.5 inches at 300 resolution, which is very small. And again, resolution should be at least twice as big in case I wanted to print it bigger. But I did not have the foresight for that. That is for everyone to think of on your own. Ooh, Sam Starlight is new. Okay, let me widen this. Welcome, welcome, Sam Starlight. If I may ask, are you from... Yeah, let's widen that. Are you from Instagram or are you just from the internet as a concept? How have you found your way here, little cherub? Da, 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 da. Nobody judge my file organization. It's better than some, but far worse than others. Right now we are starting up on page 46 of chapter 2. Whoa. Now my first bit of advice for making comic things is, first of all, save constantly. Second of all, name all your layers. This is very important when you start to get into stuff like I am. Ooh, where is Sam from? Found me through the interwebs. Wow, stumbled across your channel on YouTube. That is interesting. We love to see it. I hope you're in for a fun time tonight, assuming it is night where you are. No need to dox yourself, but I did indeed just dox myself. That is interesting because I have been on Instagram, that hellhole, for so long that is where most people know me from. But ever since that little aliens video popped off for a hot minute, there's a lot of people who only know me for that, which is a bit surreal, I will say. Let me resist making gross human anatomy noises into the microphone. Oh, my shitty little bangs are in front of my eyes. Alright, so what I'm doing right now is I am taking the sketch layer. I draw all of this on paper because it's easier for me. Don't need the base anymore. Here's a reference for what a finished page looks like. Whoa. But we are going to start off... Apologies! I keep making gross noises. Ooh, actually, before I get into it, we got some more notes. Your latitude and longitude coordinates are 31 degrees north and... Whoa, okay. I'm gonna make some silly little jokes on... Oh, what is it? What is it called? Oh, I'm stupid. What's the series of numbers that is the internet code? Is that a DNS or something? I don't know. Whatever that was. Let's pretend that I rattled off a bunch of numbers and it was perfectly accurate and we all had an existential crisis. Oops. And this is why Krita is free. I did not click the back arrow. That just happens sometimes. Meow, smallify. Okay, meow, bigify. So I am basically going to be organizing the panels. Actually, let's move it down a little bit. Because I draw a little bit too big in the panels, I do not give them enough room to breathe. I have to move them around to make sure that everything fits correctly. Something fun I like to do, which I'm sure many of you will be seeing, is that I like to make the bubbles in the white space. That is not called that because it's white, it's called that because it's like negative space. It's just like blank. See how it goes into the blank area. I think that is fun. Also, look at Monty dance with this with this other Monty. Oh, for context, by the way, the dinosaurs, they are all... Well, let me rephrase. All the dinosaurs look exactly the same for what species they are, or what genus they are. Except the elementals are slightly different. This is Monty. He's one of the elemental characters. He is very slightly different from a regular Edmontonia, which looks like this. Whereas many of the other characters are much more different. It is kind of a little bit that Monty still looks almost exactly like a regular Edmontonia. Oh yes, IP address is what I meant, Sam Starlight. If I guessed it right, I wouldn't even know. Well, oh, thank you very much for saying the drawings are cute. I try. Love Monty's stupid faces. He's such a little goober. Now, something else fun about this project, which I'm going to be showing intermittently throughout our little stream, is that for the first chapter of this comic, I have been getting together a dub. And this, let me try and sit better. My posture is so bad. I've been throwing together a dub, and some of the voices are done. A lot of them are not. But I can start showing off some of the iconic line reads that I sapped out of some friends. Because that is always fun to see. Whee! Schwamp. That was a little bit too much. We can scoot this over. We got some good... Go in a straight line! No! Okay. Yes, now let's go straight up, please. There we go. I want everyone to know that I am indeed listening to Homestuck music as this stream goes on. You guys just can't hear it. Sam says that Monty is derpy and you love him. Iconic and wonderful. One of my closest friends and my Moirel, if you will tolerate Homestuck words, which I definitely say in real life and use them as though they are real concepts, because it's funny and also I believe in the system that it portrays. We'll see if everyone gets me to talk about Homestuck again. But my friend Moirel Lux voices Monty. And I think that is just about perfect casting. When I was first making this, a lot of these characters are from when I was a child. I made them when I was a child. I wrote comics for them when I was a child. And Monty is one of the characters that didn't exist until I sort of restarted it with this project. So he kind of didn't have very much of a personality in the first versions of the story, but he has slowly just kind of become almost exactly like my friend Lux, and it is wonderful. Alright, so I have run into a fun issue, that being that there is a little too much space here, so I'm gonna smallify these so that I can fit them widthways easier. That should be fine. Move them down a little bit, not too much. Now we are free. Let's go ahead and move these guys down. Give a little bit more space to them while still keeping the space for the text here and here. That should be fine. We can now go ahead and reduce the opacity to around 45. Now we get to add our layers, and we gotta be sure to name these. So first and foremost, we have our panels layer. That's the outsides of things. Bubbles, which is the word bubbles, and also the automatopoeia, essentially, like the bonks, the wonks, and I put them on a different layer to the rest of the art so that I can translate it eventually. Gotta focus to keep my voice up because it's really hard. Whoa. Okay, so panels, bubbles, line, effects, and then I need one more, that being background. I'm just gonna name it back. And then occasionally I do have a backpack, but it looks like none of the backgrounds in this page are complex enough to warrant another one. And the reason that I have so many layers like this is because the lines you see, they are not black. The characters have black lines, the effects have different colored lines, and then the background has different colored lines. Isn't that fun? I think it looks neat. I didn't used to do that, but it really separates the characters from the environment, and the magical things look more magical. I just like it. Also, real quick, I'm going to make sure that, yeah, the thing is still working. Hello. Hello, tiny me. Occasionally it will focus on the background, and then it makes me look like a glowing white goblin. So, that's the state we are in. Oops. Okay, we are back in. Do, 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 do. All right, let's get our panels now. We have my custom brush. This was drawn before Smiling Friends, I'm pretty sure. It might have been when the pilot for Smiling Friends existed. I don't remember. Now, I like to do this at 5 on the outsides. I have all the hotkeys memorized. One of my biggest tips for using art programs on the computer is memorize all of the hotkeys that you are ever going to need. It will speed up your process like a million times. I just have my keyboard in my lap. That is how all of my art is made digitally. I just have my keyboard in my lap with my left hand clicking all of the hotkeys, my right hand over with the mouse and the pen. There we go. I need to keep remembering to sit better. This is me trying to make myself sit better because I have horrible, awful posture, and we are trying to fix that. If you do make a comic like this and you do want it to be consistent, always write down the sizes of your brushes when making the borders and stuff. I use mine at 18 and then 5 for the negative areas and the edges. So let's go ahead, add this bad boy. There we go. A lot of these lines will get edited later, but we are not thinking about that now. You know, I'm going to go a little higher for this. By the way, in a lot of programs like Krita, well, actually, I changed all the controls for Krita. I'm not sure if it's normally like this for Krita, but it is for Photoshop. If you hold Shift, it'll make the lines straight. Isn't that fun? That's a nice little tip. Sam Starlight says, OMG Wiggler. We love Wiggler Wednesday. I named it Wiggler, but it's not nearly as wiggly as it used to be. I mostly named it Wiggler because I can like alter the pressure I'm doing to go like that. But generally I just sort of draw. Well, we'll see how I draw. I draw like this with these swipes. And I find that to be a very useful. Yeah, we are getting these lines in. I am listening to cringe Homestuck music. So now we are going to edit the lines to get in our negative space. That is not quite centered enough. That is even less centered. That is even worse. That is close enough. These should honestly be further apart, in my opinion. Ooh, that was pretty close. These panels, like the white space in between them and stuff, I think they should probably be further apart just for clarity, but the way that I do it, where the word bubbles sort of become the negative space, it sort of fixes it, so whatever, what have you. Basically, a lot of this can be solved by planning ahead more than I did. I planned ahead a little bit, but yeah. Granted, is this line just not straight? Oh no, I don't think that line is straight. You know what we're gonna do? Instead of fixing it, we're gonna leave it wiggly, because that is iconic. No one will ever know. Only we know. Actually, let me see how out of whack it is. Oh. Yeah, let's just redo that. Okay. This is another reason Krita can be a little bit annoying, is because it tries to match the direction that I was pulling it instead of just going straight down. Like, see that? That's not straight, even though the line is straight. Okay, that should be better. Let me finish it up again. We're not being that entertaining at the moment, but my earphones get to have Game Blorg in my ears. If you haven't ever read Homestuck and you want to experience true Nirvana, listen to the song Game Blarg. Or is it Game Blorg? Let's see. Let me find it real quick. Which one is this? Is it Game Blorg? It's Matuna's song. It's this character. Okay, what was this one called? Game Blorg, spelled like this. Heck yeah, by Toby Fox. People know Toby Fox, as in Undertale. The main Undertale song people think of, that's a Homestuck song. And Homestuck is my favorite thing, and I won't shut up about it, ever. I'm physically incapable. Okay. I probably should have done this really boring part off stream, but this stream is mostly to force myself to work on it. In fact, let me share a little fun thing. So, as some of you chaps may or may not know, your grilled candied egg is one of them transformers. I have been on HRT, hormone replacement therapy, for about 4 months now. Whoa. It's been fun. I have been procrastinating finding out how to get my blood work done for quite a bit. Far longer than I should have. But today I did just figure out how to do it. I am hoping that I got everything correct. It is a bit confusing. This line isn't straight either. Motherfucker. Okay, you know what? No, we're pretending it's straight. We're pretending. I don't know why it did that. Sometimes Krita is just like this. But anyways, I'm going to be getting my blood work done, which is intimidating for me because your bench hate needles. So I'm gonna have such a fun time. Oh, I hate needles. I need to get my blood stolen, and I'm so confused by it. I've never really been to any sort of doctor thing by myself before. It is going to be intimidating, and that is in the next couple of days. I have messaged my people that I'm supposed to message just to like triple double check that I have everything I need and that everything is going to be done correctly, because I do not have very much money and I do not have insurance. Isn't that special? Oh boy. But that has been on my mind because that is very intimidating. Ooh, Sam Starlight says that's from Homestuck? Now, I can't tell if you're talking about Game Blorg or Megalovania, but Megalovania is indeed a Homestuck song because Toby Fox is a Homestuck fan. Which means, if I remember correctly, part of Megalovania was sampled in one of the Pokemon songs that Toby Fox made, which means that not only is Sans Undertale in Pokemon, but Homestuck is in Pokemon. So, oh, thank you very much, Sam. It has been a long, arduous process, I will say. It's got a lot easier in some respects than I anticipated, but it has been going fantastically well. Although, you know, just like everybody else, you kind of just want time to skip ahead a year or two. But we cope. Okay, so all of this is done. We have the panels done. Now we get to move on to the bubbles. Now we get to see... Oh, wait, before we do the bubbles, we need to take our text. Copy, Control-C. Paste, Control-V. Now we name our layer because we are good cherubs and we name our layers. Gonna move our text over. Krita, if anything, is the worst thing ever to edit text in, so we are going to deal with that. Now, this is our regular text. We have a I wrote down who made it. I don't know who made it off of my memory, but it is a free to use font called Milk Run. It is very similar to the way that I make lines in art. So I love Milk Run. The other one I use is also a randomly made one. It's called Block, Blok. And that is what I use as a display font in Tantum's Construct, my silly little comic. Okay, so I like to do it at 0.10. It doesn't really matter for anyone else, but what does matter is that this is a sans serif font, which means there are no edges on these letters. There are no like calligraphy edges. Calligraphy edges are good in like books and stuff because they guide your eye horizontally while you are reading. But if you have serifed, if you have serifed typefaces in a comic, it just makes it harder to read. You want sans serif, which means without serifs. And you also want to have it, if you are going to be printing small like I am, you want it to not only be sans serif, but you want it to be all caps. This is because capital letters are bigger and they are all distinct from each other. It makes it much easier to read when they are all distinct from each other in that manner. Do, 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 do. I should have probably explained what this chapter is about before we all get super confused by the text. In this chapter, they have little dinosaur societies, and let me spread out the words. We have little dinosaur societies, and normally in the dinosaur societies, carnivores eat like fish and stuff because the herbivores are also people. But there's the thing called the red market, ooh, and it's where dinosaurs and legally similar. I'm so bad at doing two things at once. It is where essentially they sell dead bodies as food, and our protagonists are, for this chapter, trying to find out where the source of this operation is coming from and to put a stop to it. Who's to say there aren't more? I'm just like outing myself at how awkwardly I type with like these fingers. I type like this. I am currently holding the pencil. This is how I type with this hand, with these two fingers. It is just awful. Maybe they're stealing more than just fish meat. Ellipsis. And then we are going to bold they in there. Yeah. And another great hint for comic art is that see how much space there is in these bubbles, like between the words and the space. You want this space. Partly because it makes it easier for translators to fit translations, but also because it just makes it a lot easier to read. You'll see some comic artists, they will draw the bubbles like this. And although that looks interesting, it makes it so much harder to read than just this whole space being white around the text. It sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it does make it significantly easier on your eyes. Oops. Gotta read the chat. Sam Starlight. Okay, I did not expect the cute dinosaurs to be fighting against Soylent Green. They are. It is beautiful. One of my favorite silly little things to do is have just this super cute, adorable little art style, and then just have the topic be this freaking weird ship. I can swear. I normally don't swear when I talk about this because there isn't any swearing in the comic or anything, but these adorable little characters going through very intense situations, but then they'll just come back later and just make puns at each other until somebody walks away. And that is just so entertaining to me. Like, there is mortality, there is death, there is a corpse shown already in the comic. There's soon to be more corpses shown. But guess what? The blood is pink, so, iconic. I don't know if y'all know about censorship, but generally, as long as the blood isn't red, it is apparently not blood. That's why a lot of video games have monsters explode into like green goop and stuff instead of red goop. Because green goop, that's fine. Red goop, no. Even games like, also be sure to save all the time. Even games like Spore, which I have played on the channel before. Spore has a lot of blood in it, but the blood is pink, so it's E for everyone. Yeah, that's right. The silly little dinosaur comic touches on societal issues such as homelessness and mass cannibalism. Granted, it's not really cannibalism because they're not the same species, but, you know, illegal desecration of a dinosaur legally similar body. I love saying that. First of all, I call things like dinosaur blank. So it's like they live in the dinosaur world. They don't live in the world. They live in dinosaur world. They don't have food. They have dinosaur food. They don't have culture. They have dinosaur culture. They don't have kingdoms. They have dinosaur kingdoms. It's very silly. I had a point to that. I forgot it midway through. Thus is the way. Wharf is a funny word. We got our one chatter, absolutely chatting it up. Sam Starlight, it's how you avoid being demoted to YouTube Kids by traumatizing children. Ain't that just the way? I There are a lot of topics that I do want this silly little stupid ugly comic to, well, it's not that ugly. Stupid little silly cheeky little comic to touch on. I really like world building things. Like this chapter is evidence of like a lot of the world building in the story. I am typing so slow from having to talk over it. World building like, the dinosaurs sometimes they eat each other because that's what they were supposed to do. And then, in the next couple chapters, I'm going to be directly showing that there are wild dinosaurs and they just kind of act like wild dinosaurs. Everyone is capable of talking and capable of like human level thought and strategy, but the wild animals have this like code that they exist by, wherein they aren't supposed to talk to each other, they aren't supposed to use tools, because that's what separates them from the Mega Mix Packers, which, yes, indeed, this entire comic is based on Mega Mix packing in dinosaur games. But it was called that before there was a name for that, because if I remember correctly, that name, Mega Mix Packing, Mega Packing and Mix Packing in dinosaur games, I should explain that first. Those come from the Isle, the game The Isle. Now, mega packing is when you have a group that is too big for the game to allow, so it's just people sort of having a truce and working together to give themselves an unfair advantage. And then mix packing is when, in the Isle, when different species cooperate with each other. Whereas in games like Path of Titans, because you can group with other characters of different species. In Path of Titans, mix packing means herbivores and carnivores together. And because in every dinosaur game, they're never made well enough to not let people mega pack or not let people mix pack, everybody does it, and then there's like these huge groups of people who just destroy everyone in their path and makes the game unfun. And that's what this is based on, but it is specifically based on Dino Simulator on Roblox. That's that's where we're coming from. Now, when I first started this comic, that wasn't what it was based on, because I started this when I was in like 4th grade or something. But that is quickly what it became. Oops, threatening. No, I spelled that right. You know what? Let's do a vertical text box. It's not called a text box. Text bubble actively softens my voice in front of everyone. Okay. There we go. Now we're gonna go ahead. I lost my free pearl in the scramble. I am unshackled by worldly possessions. Possessions. I could do anything. Hell yeah. Alright. It is so much slower when I talk over it. Who would have thought? Oh well, why are you stealing then? Can't you just busk enough money to buy fish? And then I'll emphasize the word buy with the thing. There we go. Okay. I'm liking this. I'm liking it. I'm going to go ahead and move this one down so that I can move that word bubble elsewhere. We are looking fine and dandy. I think it's time to move on to our bubbles. Now, assuming that Sam Starlight is still here, would you like to take a look at one of our voiceovers for the dub of the first chapter? Or would you prefer we just keep on hanging out here? I will get to the actual comic part eventually, I swears. There's just a lot of catch up to be done. One of the things I have been trying to do, which I say every time I start drawing, is I try and make it go faster. I didn't used to use the mirror tool, but I use the mirror tool now. Wow. Whoa. It dips down too far in the middle. Itch, 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 itch. Oh, we've got a second person over here. Welcome, Pisca Compina. We're going to pretend that I said that right. Could you ask what the comic is about? That is an excellent question. Let's see if I can give the elevator pitch better this time around. So, Tantum's Construct is a silly little comic about cartoon dinosaurs who vaguely resemble marshmallows. Now, in their silly little dinosaur world, magic is a thing that exists, and there are 9 elements of this magic. But every single element, all 9 of them, have one person, one mortal, who has the most powerful capability in that element. Now I will use the example of electric. So you have your electric elemental, and then you also have normal characters who just can use electric elemental magic. The electric elemental has the capability of being more powerful than any of them. And when that electric elemental dies, that electric elementalness moves on to another random thing. So whenever an elemental is lost, the other elementals have to go find where the baby thing is and then sort of raise it and train it to help protect their little dinosaur world. But the problem arises when all of the previous generation of the elementals were killed at the same time. So all of our main characters were all born around the same time. They have almost no clue what they are supposed to be doing. Considering that elementals exist, they're the most powerful magic users in the world capable of it. That really implies that they're supposed to be doing something. They have no idea what it is. And that's the plot, basically. We got our silly little dinosaurs. They do silly little missions. What are they doing? Protecting the world vaguely? Probably. Sometimes I call this my marshmallow dinosaur project. Sometimes I call it the gay dinosaur project. Both are true. And we love it for that. Oh, I should also explain this chapter. This is the second chapter. There are 9 main characters, each of the main elementals, and the characters in this chapter are Monty, the Edmontonia. He is the lightning elemental. We also have the water elemental, Tay. He is a Chindaosaurus, I believe is how you are supposed to pronounce it. I've been pronouncing it Cintosaurus because nobody pronounces dinosaur names correctly, especially when they're Chinese. But the intended pronunciation, if I am remembering correctly, is Chintaosaurus. And then we have the Dinichirus, which is the intended pronunciation. Once again, a lot of people will say like Dinachirus or something. It is pronounced Dinichirus. And this is Kira. Isn't she adorable? She is the ice elemental or frost elemental. And they are on a mission in this dinosaur civilization. You can see here there's like a castle type thing. In dinosaur civilizations, you have carnivores and herbivores living with each other, as one would expect. But because herbivores are literally people, you have to feed the carnivores something that isn't their friends, basically. So they all have to eat fish. Now, for some of the things, like if you're, for example, an osteoraptor or a telosaurus, that's fine for you. You like eating fish. If you're a Spinosaurus, I mean, you love it. It's fine. Everything is fine and dandy. But if you are something like a Tyrannosaurus, fish does not taste good to you at all, and it makes you kind of malnourished. So, there is a lucrative thing called the red market. Ooh. And the red market essentially exists to sell the corpses of dinosaurs or legally similar bodies, which is illegal in most of the dinosaur kingdoms. So they have been summoned by Queen Argentine, the leader of Kalesia, to find out where the source is coming from in the Kalesian capital city. Snuff out that red market. And then go on from there. That is not centered enough. So currently, in this chapter, they are interrogating some criminals who have just recently stolen some fish from a fishmonger. And as it turns out in this panel, they have stolen this because they are homeless. That's right. We talk in the silly little dinosaur comic where they look like webkins. We talk about societal problems like homelessness. Isn't that fun? Oh, we don't see in this page. I think it's in the next page. This character, goes on a silly little tirade about my opinions on that. She and her friend Regali, who is a Regaliceratops. Is a Utahraptor. They are homeless little orphan babies, sad face, because the society that they find themselves in, Kalesia, does not function very well. And unlike what many people would expect, the wild dinosaurs are actually generally doing much better emotionally and just like fulfillingly. I think that's a word. They're doing better just being wild animals. It's almost like it's commentary. It's not meant to be that serious, though. This comic is supposed to be very, very silly. Ooh, we have some more comments. Apologies, I did not see. Cobroberg says, so it's like a cute dinosaur version of Beast Stars. Beast Stars, Beast Stars, Beast Stars. Ooh, I think I saw like the first episode of that. And I didn't. I was very confused. Actually, I don't remember why I didn't watch the rest of it. That's the one with like the Tanuki girl who like they're like animals but then they turn into people or something. I think so. But yeah, mostly it is just a silly little comic about dinosaurs where silly stuff with world building happens. For example, there is going to be an ongoing thing where there are multiple dinosaur cults. Because it just gets funnier every time you put dinosaur in front of a concept, you just say dinosaur cults. And they believe that the sun isn't real because in order for something to be real, you have to be able to put it in your mouth and eat it. Ergo, the sun is not real. And they will die on this hill, and they also wear cute little tinfoil hats. I haven't yet decided if there's any purpose to them wearing the hats other than they say it's armor. Another silly thing in this comic is that there's dinosaur westerns. There are dinosaur westerns, and there are guns in this dinosaur world, except to prevent them from hurting each other, the guns are water pistols, and they have to just pretend to die if they get hit by it. And it has done wonders for people's lives. It's just, oh, you want to rob a dinosaur train? Don't forget your dinosaur pistol, and then you shoot it, and then they just go, oh, and they roll over and pretend agony, and you go, hee 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 hee, these are my bananas. Yeah. There are different sets of characters. This set of characters is mostly meant for exploring the world building. They're the most capable trio. Whereas the other trios are going to be used for different kinds of stories. This is the story where we are exploring the world building, we're exploring logistics and odd things that happen when you have dinosaur society based on megamix packing. Whereas some of the other chapters, some of the other adventures we're going to find ourselves on are about completely different things. It's going to explore like relationship things, queerness, etc., etc. As one would expect coming from this motherfucker. It's fun. Oh, I have not been keeping up with this, even though it is on my screen at all times. Tara and Miller says, not to sound insane, but is the act of cannibalism in of itself illegal, or can preferred meat be obtained in a legal way? That is an excellent question. I should actually get open something. If anyone reads this comic real quick, this file is going to have mild spoilers for characters that are not introduced yet. So be warned, don't look at the screen if you don't want to see characters that haven't been revealed yet. But when I say dinosaur or legally similar body, that is a very integral part of this lore, because this is a dinosaur. Okay? This is a Regaliceratops. It is a dinosaur. However, this is a pteranodon. This is not a dinosaur. What this is a dinosaur or legally similar, because pterosaurs also have human-level intelligence, just like the dinosaurs do. But not all the dinosaurs do, because there are also regular birds. This is Confucius let me pronounce it correctly. Confucius ornis. And Confucius ornis is not a dinosaur or legally similar because it is just an animal-level intelligence. Just as we see here, Leedzichthys, it is a fish. It has fish-level intelligence and is not a dinosaur or legally similar. But then we come over here and we find what is dinosaur or legally similar? Pliosaurus is dinosaur or legally similar because they are people too. And here's another example. Geosaurus. This is not dinosaur legally similar because it is not a dinosaur, it is not a pterosaur, it is not etc. etc. It is a pseudotsuchian, and pseudotsuchians are not dinosaur or legally similar. So, if you are a carnivore and you want to eat something, you can eat pseudotsuchians. You can eat birds, you can eat mammals, you can eat fish. You just can't eat things that are intelligent. And then it gets to a hilariously pointless degree of specificity because ammonites are dinosaur legally similar. And it's just this really stupid, nonsensical world where it's like the more important prehistoric things count as people, and the less important prehistoric things don't count as people. Isn't that fun? But anyways, this is the file that I use for all of the characters that I reference for background characters and stuff, because the species all look exactly the same. Like, let me zoom in here. Ophthalmosaurus. Every Ophthalmosaurus looks like this. And if it's supposed to be a character that is an Ophthalmosaurus, I draw like a hat or something on it so that we can tell who it is. It's really stupid. Ooh, let's see. Silly, gotcha. Heck yeah. And now cults. Yes, there are dinosaur cults, and they are wonderful. Do they believe in air? Can you eat air? Well, Sam, that is an excellent question, because if you don your dinosaur tinfoil hat, okay, you can eat the air, because you can bite the air. Okay, and if you like get thrown fast enough or you fall fast enough, you can feel the air when you bite it. So therefore you can eat the air, and air is real. Take a bite, puff your cheeks out, swallow the air. The air has been consumed. Exactly. Now you're getting it. You guys are getting it. The plesiosaur throws you off so much. They are beautiful creatures. Oh, did you mean the pliosaur? Yeah, it just sort of looks like a crocodile type thing, but it is a dinosaur legally similar. Don't you forget it. They are people too. Fourth dimensional class structure. Ooh, Falcarius is back. What's next? Drugs? Yes. So there are dinosaur drugs. Um, so now I need to say the funny thing. I have already put it in the background. I have not directly stated it, I don't think. But, oh yeah, by the way, Loki Keratops is a banana. I like this design. But dinosaurs do drugs. Dinosaurs don't do alcohol because alcohol is lame. Dinosaurs do smoke weed. You know why? Not because I do. I did it one time. It was awful. I would not recommend. But dinosaurs smoke weed, not alcohol or cigarettes or anything, because Cannabaceae, the group that cannabis belongs to, was a significant part of jungle and forest ecosystems during the Cretaceous. Like, it is a non-ignorable part of the ecosystem. It is an incredibly common group of plants. So dinosaurs smoke weed. See, this is the level of silly we get into with this silly little thing. Sometimes we have, like, dinosaurs killing each other. Sometimes we have them doing silly things like that. Cobraberg says, how do the dinosaurs without grippers use water guns? That is an excellent question, because what you see here is they don't have any fingers. We sort of just go the route where everything can sort of just stand up on two legs for no reason and wield tools. The wild ones refuse to, but everyone is capable. Let me see, is there a picture of it here? There's not a picture of it here. There's been pictures of it. Why am I looking through here? There isn't anything. But, let me zoom in. Here's an example of a character. This is an Aculobatter. His name is Boat. He has yet to be revealed in the comic. But he is standing like a person. He's standing completely vertical. All the characters can do this. A lot of the time they will stand in a natural stance like this Acroraptor is, where it's more horizontal, but everyone is capable of standing up like this, even quadrupedal things. Why is the reason for that? It's funny. It doesn't make any sense. There's one holding a briefcase. It's fun. It's fun. So many spoilers we don't look at. By the way, My friend Wyatt Andrews. This is his design for Torvosaurus. I asked him because he has a comic, or at least had, I don't think he works on it anymore, unfortunately, a comic about the Morrison Formation. And I can't think of Torvosaurus without thinking of his design for Torvosaurus, so it has been canonized. There also, I did a contest where there's a couple people's contest designs. Here's two Stegosaurs. They both participated in the contest, so now that their little designs get to be in the background sometimes. Isn't that fun? Do. Yes, Piscacon, Pina. I should just call people by shorter names. Sorry, you mean dinosaur drugs? You do mean dinosaur drugs. That's what makes it not. That's what makes it count. Marijuana czar. Heck yes. Ooh, we got another one. Magnetic implants. That's evil. Or Velcro. Actually, let me go ahead and just get up an image for us on what it looks like when characters hold items. Ba-ba-ba. Here's a picture from the first chapter. They just can. They just kind of stand up sometimes and can hold objects, even when they don't have fingers. For some reason, like, theropods have fingers and everything else doesn't. I don't really know why, but they can. They can just, like, stand up and grab things. Because it's funny. Alright, we gotta get back to working on our thing. I really should have done the bubbles and everything before streaming, because this is the most boring part. It's taken so much longer than I anticipated, because I am talking. Do, 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 do. Do, do. This is a reminder for everyone that I am listening to Homestuck music this entire time. I would love to share it with everyone, but I think it might get demonetized. I'm not entirely sure. And I barely have a job, so money is cool. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh yeah, and since we have multiple people here, I have been working on a dubbed version. Let me try and pitch up my voice again. I have been working on a dubbed version of the first chapter with some of my friends, and it has been going fantastically. And whenever we want to take a break, I can sort of summon one of those up onto our screens, and we can listen to some iconic words spoken by the canon voices of our characters. As it goes silent, because this is the best part of the silly little song I'm listening to. This is a little bit too big. Let's shrink this. I don't have too many of the characters done. I voiced one of the characters. We definitely got to listen to that, because we just got to see me cringe at my own voice in 4K. Just getting in like the 14 pixels of my face on the side of the screen right now. Comments for the algorithm? Heck yeah. That is the best thing ever. Somebody commented on one of my aliens videos. Just a period. And I was so confused, and I realized, like, a couple hours after it happened, like, oh, it's an algorithm comment. It just commented with a period. Oops. That was not what I meant to do. Let me... Forgot to turn the mirror off. Wee. Do. I hope everyone is liking KandyEggs' queer-ass fucking voice today. I normally talk much straighter, and we are going to hear me fake a straight voice when I voice one of the characters, because I voice my favorite character, who's Penta. Let me get a picture of Penta. Everyone look away from the spoiler sheet right now. Look away from the spoiler sheet. There's Penta, standing next to a regular Pentaceratops. As a refresher, the elemental characters look different from normal. Like, this is what every other Pentaceratops in the world looks like. This is what Penta looks like. Isn't that fun? Wow. He's my favorite little guy. He's one of my first OCs I ever made. He's just a little cutie pie. I really like Pentaceratops. It's so funny looking. Oops, that's the wrong file. There we go. And then I open up some sus images on my computer. Spoilers, quick, take screenshots. There's not actually anything that important. It's just like character designs, especially like there are drawings of past elementals, and part of the fun of the story is like the mystery of, ooh, we don't know who the past elementals are. Then I just keep showing it in 4K. Oops. The story itself is a lot more interesting than the characters' designs, though, I will say. This is the super fan stream. There is one secret in that page, though, that I just kind of don't want people to see because it's such a stupid plot twist, but it's very visible if you guys read the text too much. So don't read the text in the character design file. Ooh, we got more stuff going on. Speaking of the Alien series, how goes the Spec Evo project? The Spec Evo project is going. It is not going particularly fast. Sorry, my nose is itching because my tiny bangs keep batting into my nose like a cat under the door. So the Aliens project goes. I have not worked on it nearly as much as I should, but I am at a little bit of a standstill because I have designed a bunch of cover crawlers, the radial snail type things, but I'm not sure if they look too ridiculous to be canonized. So I have a lot of drawings of them. Apologies. Let's not make gross noises into the microphone. I have a lot of designs that I'm not sure if I want to canonize or not because it takes so much effort to draw them, but the designs look so frankly stupid. Like, animals look stupid, but I am worried that the designs I came up with look too ludicrous. They basically have a face on the end of each tentacle, so it kind of looks like 8 stupid worms. I'm just not feeling it too strongly. It's very alien looking, but especially with my project compared to a lot of other people, my project is meant to be very plausible, whereas the designs I came up with are not very plausible, and I don't really like them. I might just scrap all of the pencil drawings I have of them and change it to something else, or just work on a different set of things. I'm not sure. There's certainly more fenworms to be drawn, but they're supposed to be... So I have vague plans for the Alien project, and one of those vague plans is that there are a couple different groups that are going to become the more dominant things. One of them is the finworms. I revealed that in a different stream. And the finworms were kind of obvious. Everybody predicted that when I named it the Piscean Age. But the kicker is that the finworms are not the fish. The finworms are not the fish. Finworms can't stay up in the water. So they aren't the fish, you know? Something else is going to be. And the cover crawlers, they just look stupid. They just look stupid. I would get the picture up, honestly. But, you know what? I'm just gonna draw it really shittily. So basically, they have like a claw for climbing. They have stupid eyes like that. And then the jaw is over here. And then like they have stupid little grabby legs. It just feels too stupid. It looks like a worm. It looks sort of like a polycate type thing attached to a starfish. And I don't think I like it. I'm just not sure. Because, like, they're meant to... This is their foot. And it has eyes on it so that they can tell where they're going. And then they can also grab, like, leaves and stuff to hold on to them. Like this. But it just feels too stupid. So I'm really not sure if I want to commit to it. But that's, like, the main ideas that I have down. And I spent a lot of work designing them and coming up with them. I'm just still not sure. Cobroberg. I'm not wearing my glasses. Something happened to my eye. I absolutely fucked it, and this eye is just constantly blurry now. Like I just can't read this with this eye. I can read it with this eye still, but something's probably wrong with that. Cobroberg says, "I love your alien project. It's so hard to find good alien content these days. Thank you very much. Honestly, that what is it called? Gripe with finding alien content is why I made it. So that feels really nice to hear." Tehran Miller says, "Always remember hallucigenia existed." Now, within context, hallucigenia does make a lot more sense. Because hallucigenia sort of like grabs onto and into a sponge. This is the world's shittiest drawing of it. And then it has like these grabby, filtery bits. Yeah, that's what hallucigenia looks like. So, like, in context, this makes a lot more sense because it's like, ooh, I am inside of a sponge. This is the inside of a sponge. And then it sort of, like, catches the particles. So, like, it technically makes sense. But, ooh, something about my creatures just look too stupid. You know what? Since we are being nice with the Aliens project, I will show you guys one thing. I finished this one. This was in the stream. Actually, let me open it up so we can look at it closer. I'm just absolutely destroying... No, wait, hold on. I'll open it in here. Where is my shit? I have too much shit. Monty. Okay, dinosaur. There it is. Oops, let me get the chat back up. Heck yeah. So here's this thing. I'll let us stare at this for a minute while I read the other things. Hydra, it's sort of, yeah. I forgot what they're called. Cover crawlers, oh my gosh, I named them. The cover crawler things were supposed to look like Hydrae. Like the mythological creature that has multiple faces, not the Hydra is in the jellyfish type thing. But I just still not sure about them. Maybe if they only have one eye, it might look less stupid. I'm not sure. Falcarius, I think the design will work as long as it's justified. That's true, I guess. That's true. Sam Starlight says, you can maybe make like a Discord or something if you want opinions from people on what to look like or not. That's a good idea, like postmarks on projects. That is a good idea. I am not really confident with using... Gotta pitch up our voice again. It's really hard to do. I appreciate all your tea girls. So I'm not very confident with Discord. My brother is. And also, I'm really hesitant to be in groups where children can be. Because I work with children. And gosh forbid people find out that I have a YouTube and shit. But I don't know. That could be fun. Looks kind of like mandibles of a dragonfly. Iconic. Kind of off topic, but do I do commissions? Hold on. I don't know why there's so much air in my organs right now. I used to do commissions quite often. I haven't really recently. I would be tempted to do commissions again, but it does definitely depend on what it is. Because stuff like this, the realistic stuff, this takes forever, and I kind of low-key, high-key hate doing it. Which is a lot of the reason why I've been working on other projects instead of this one, because I am sort of stuck right now. But on Instagram, I am Kandy_eggs. That is the place to contact me if anybody ever wants to contact me. I need to get a Tumblr. I have a private Tumblr. I don't have like a interacting with people Tumblr. I refuse to use Twitter. I refuse to use anything else. So that's fun. Tehran says, my logic says that light-sensitive cells would develop elsewhere. It says elsewhere. Maybe linearly down the body. Ooh. Ooh. That's a fun idea. Okay. I'm liking that because that is true. The only reason I had eyes on the ends of its tentacles is to... I'm going to close this, by the way, so everybody stare at it. Oh yeah, let's look at that. The only reason I put eyes on the ends of it is because I wanted it to look like a hydra. But having eyes all the way down it, like a scallop has. If anybody didn't know, scallops are absolutely covered in eyes and they're kind of scary. That could be interesting, just like riddled with little eyes. That's fun though. That's fun. I do like that actually. I might have to steal that. Ooh. Okay, my music ran out. We are going to reveal what KandyEggs listens to on YouTube. Actually, let's look in my playlist. I like to listen to. Hey, look, there's the comic characters. If anybody wants to see the original version of this comic I'm doing, um, it's funny. Actually, I might react to it because that's fun, and I also don't really feel like drawing that much. But oh no, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I wanted to listen to ASMR. Where's my playlist of ASMR that I like? There it is. Nobody else can hear this. Skip, 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 skip. Nobody else can hear this, but I can hear it, and it helps me focus. Yeah, this is my best ASMR playlist. We should all listen to that if we're into that. We get silly out here. All right, let's check our friends. I was traumatized when you saw Scallop Eyes for the first time. I was traumatized when I saw a conk's eyes for the first time. By the way, conch is pronounced conk, and that's funny. But conks have like grotesquely human eyes, and they're different lengths, and I can't look at them without being uncomfortable. And it sucks because I love mollusks, but something about conchs just disturb me to look at. It's the fact that they don't have eyelids. That's what it is. They don't have eyelids, but they have weirdly vertebrate looking eyes with no eyelids. And unlike fish that at least have their eyes like inside their head, conchs just have them on these great big long tentacles. And it just they can't look around. Like the whole tentacle moves with their eyes. It's really something. I should actually. It could be fun to design the aliens to purposely look as grotesque as possible. Like at least one of them. Because I know I try not to design them on purpose. I try to only justify it through logic and biology and evolution. But with stuff like Lepiscus, I designed it to look like a flying saucer. And I think that was cool. And it is one of my favorite designs that I've come up with because of that. So occasionally I will just say like, okay, I want this to look like this. That happened with the finworms. I was like, I want the fish-shaped thing to look like an arrow worm. I was a little on the nose with it, but we make do. Asymptomatical tentacles at that. Asymptomatical. That word intimidates me. Gosh, as we see KandyEggs squinting, revealing that I can't see shit. My vision isn't actually very bad. I think I hurt my eye, and it permanently made the astigmatism worse. If anyone who doesn't know what an astigmatism is, my eye's lens is shaped wrong, and instead of having one focal point, it has two focal points, which basically gives everything like a shadowy mirror image. So when I do it with this eye, I see pretty much perfectly fine. But with this eye, like, I see two images at once, and it kind of sucks. I think I just rubbed my eye too hard, and then it, like, squanched my lens, and it's ruined now. Oh, asymmetrical. Okay, you could have gaslit me easily into thinking that was a real word, honestly. Talking about unsettling animal characteristics that look human, both suggest and not suggest looking at sloth ears. Now I don't want to see it. I didn't even think about that. I don't think about sloths very much. So, like, judging from that, they must have pinnae, right? The cartilagey part of the ears that sticks out. They must have pinnae, judging by that comment. I'm scared to look at it. You know what? Let's fix this. Let's fix this. There's a frog with pinnae. There's a frog with external, like, mammal type ears. They don't move or anything, but it's a frog, and it looks like this. And it is very cute. Eh. Oh yeah, KandyEggs reveals that she lives in Arizona and doesn't know what frogs look like. Eh. Frog. Yeah. I don't remember what it's called, but it has like funny ears that funnel the sound into its ears. Frog. What frog with ears? I don't remember what it's called. I don't have a picture of it either. I have a random ass picture of a spider. You know what? We're looking at the spider jump scare. Who's ready? Move all my stuff. Move. There it is. Here's the spider I like to look at. It looks cool, and it is one of my main pieces of inspiration for my aliens project. Look at the thing. He's cool looking. Yeah. I definitely shouldn't distract myself too much, but that frog with ears. It's like brown. It's like orangish brown. Oops. It's orangish brown. It has like those shapes above its head, which sort of like funnel sound in the way that mammal ears work. And it is adorable. And was also one of the main things that made me start my aliens project. I don't like how close this bubble is. Let me move this up a little bit. And move it over. There we go. I can move the text in a little bit. I think I am lactose intolerant, you guys. I ate some Count Chocula before I started streaming, because I'm one of those bitches. Is honestly way better than I thought it would be. I never had Count Chocula before. I had the fruity one, and I didn't like it. But now I'm fruity, so ain't that the truth? I would definitely recommend Count Chocula. Like, it is the perfect dessert cereal. When I didn't realize there were marshmallows in it, and then when I actually had it, it was like, oh, this is surprisingly good. There's not too many marshmallows. It didn't ruin it entirely. Oops, didn't ruin it entirely. Do. Tehran says, well, thank you very much for delving into that rabbit hole. It's much appreciated. Of course. We love rabbit holes. Speaking of rabbit holes, like, if anybody reads Homestuck, I started a MSPFA, an MS Paint fan adventure with my friend Lux, and it's really stupid. You know what? It's not very long. We could take a look at it. Okay, so once I finish the bubbles, guys, we gotta pick something to do. Would we rather listen to some of the voice lines for the first chapter, some of the voice lines of the dub for this comic? Would we like to read through some of the Homestuck project, the MSPFA? Or, I don't know, do something else? Ooh, the frog has been found. The frog is called the Bomeo eared frog or Borneo. This bitch can't read. The Borneo eared frog. We have rediscovered it. It is beautiful. Thank you very much, Cobra Berg. Yeah, that's fine. I like that. Do 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 do. Ooh, we finishing up. What are we gonna do? We gonna listen to some character voice lines? We gonna read some comics? What's happening? I could see what's happening here. I didn't like Moana very much, and then I watched it a second time, and I was like, you know what? No, I do like this a lot. The Twitter joke in the movie took a point away from, in my opinion, but you know what we should do? Or not what we should do right now, but what I should do at some point. Anybody who's been around the channel a long time and has watched like the gaming stuff especially, my brother Sparzy, me and him have been toying around with the idea of making a shitty movie review series on his channel where we just like watch movies and then talk about it in like sort of podcast form for a long time. We have also debated doing it in VR chat, which is funny because he has an entire VR chat thing. Like an entire like everything. He has like the arms and leggies and stuff, and then I would just be like a non-moving NPC right next to him. So that's something that we've been thinking of doing. We have a lot of movie opinions, and we just don't stop talking for like an hour and a half after we watch animated movies. We just love animated movies, and it's been like that since How to Train Your Dragon came out, and that was the first movie we saw without any adults. I don't even remember how old I was. That either sounds impressive or really lame, but we loved How to Train Your Dragon. And now, whenever we watch an animated movie, we have to discuss it. We have to discuss it. And we have, like, slowly been ranking all of our films, all of the animated films we watch. It's fun. Oh yeah. Da da da. No, I don't need to recycle any of these backgrounds. We're going to recycle backgrounds after this. That's the next step, because KandyEggs just can't draw the characters in the comic. KandyEggs has to do everything other than that, because she did not prepare very well. Count Chocula's good, though. And so are animated movies. Well, a lot of them are bad now. I didn't like Raya the Last Dragon. And we have such a funny story about that. Because we were like, but I don't really want to watch this one. It doesn't look like that we were gonna like it, judging by the trailers. And we were like, we don't want to hate watch it, but let's just watch it just to get it over with, just to see if we like it. And then we were like, okay, we gotta agree to something first if we're gonna watch this. We if we see the thing that irks us most in animated movies, we will immediately turn it off and not finish watching it. I don't even remember what Sparzy said, but you know what I said about Raya the Last Dragon? I said, we are going to turn this off immediately if there is something stupid like a dancing baby. And then I had said, you know what? Or if there's like Minions clones. And then I was like, no, just dancing baby. Minions clones are at least a little tolerable. Then lo and behold, some point during the movie, 3 monkeys show up and I go, oh God, there's the Minions clones. There it is. And then almost immediately after, I shit you not, a baby starts dancing. We just looked at each other and just immediately click. And I don't even think we finished watching the movie. I think to this day we have not finished it because we just do not care. This has gone really flat. But I wish I could have recorded my reaction to that because my face was absolutely flabbergasted at the presence of that. Like the psychic damage that I did to myself by predicting the dancing baby. It was insane. Guru Frog. Vocal stem compilation. Y'all seen Punch Punch Forever? I like that that show. I keep imitating it. I just say "Guru frog." でも日本語と、ちょっとで話しましょう。え Yeah, that was weeb speak. My shitty Japanese that didn't make any sense. That's looking good. Ooh, we got another message. Tehran, Luck was pretty solid. We never saw that one. I remember the ads though. I don't remember what streaming thing it was on, but I don't think we had it. You had one big issue with it, but that's just how your logic is. You see, this is where Sparzy and I get into the fucking nitty gritty of it because we watched the Garfield movie the other day and we gave it an F tier. We agreed an F tier. It wasn't even that bad of a movie, but the fact that if they just like handed us the script for like a day, we could have infinitely improved the movie easily. And I think the worst thing that a movie can do is just be so easily made better. I won't get into talking about the Garfield movie because it's new and no spoilers, and also it's stupid. My passion for this topic is so pointless. But the movie could have so easily been so much better if it was just rewritten by someone who, like, cared about making it be a functional story and not a weirdly long, pointless plot. Erg. Okay. Okay, the bubbles are finished. Hold on, I need some water, bitches. Let me give the old CM Closeman sip. Holy heck, we love CM Closeman. I don't know when it's gonna come out, but I actually got one of the signed copies of the printed version of All Tomorrows. That should come eventually. Spent way too much money on that. I don't have very much money. I think it was worth it. I am very excited. Oh, Varia says hello. Hi. Hello. Hello, darling. So, since we have finished the bubbles and all the panels and all the organization, I keep touching my face. I did makeup today. You can't tell because the lighting is so shit. But I did. So, I think we have earned taking a little look-see at some of our dubs. So, this comic has a dub of our first chapter. Pardon. It is not completed yet, however. This is going to be the first look at some of our characters. I don't know if anybody has read any of it before, but the least spoilery is Chasma because there's an animation. I should not have eaten Count Chocula's today. I swear I am lactose intolerant now. At least it's coming out the front end and not the back end. We love oversharing here on KandyEggs. So, anyways. Anyways, Chasma has voice lines from my dear friend Gina, and they are wonderful. I have always thought that they should voice this character. Did an animation with them a long time ago. Let's go ahead and take a little look-see at some of their voice lines. So, for context, friends, there's a lot of takes in this, like a lot. And a lot of them are not going to be used, but I'm essentially going to be taking like one final take of each of them. But Gina did a fantastic job. There is like specific pacing and everything that I have because there's a lot of stupid jokes, and stupid jokes require expert pacing in order to not sound just irreparably pointless. But I forgot to make it so you guys can hear this. I just realized. Hold on. Let me stop this video. Turn on the audio. I'm so glad I realized that. Maria says the stream delay. Wait, what does that say? How do I read that? Why is everything so crushed? This stream delay is cutting your lifespan 30 years. True. So the thing about the stream delay is that I actually can't make it any better because my internet is not good enough for that. It's sort of between this or getting like 2 frames a second. But we cope. Okay, where did my thing go? There it is. So let's go ahead and listen to my gorgeous, wonderful friend Ginar and their grand word for being
Have you
Chesma.
seen Monty recently?
Oh, this is just so
Hey,
funny.
Kyra, who's also been at the party I've been at the whole time.
You see, they don't get tongue tied very easily, and that is so fortunate because so many of my bits require characters being needlessly fast. Where's? Oh gosh, this one's funny. This is a funny one. This is a huge fucking block of text.
Started a breath holding contest with Murgo, thinking he'd forget the collective is still a dream and you don't have to dream breathe, but it turned out he had the same plan and now it's a stalemate of endurance.
Holy shit! Everyone applaud him. They just did such a fantastic job. I love it. I love it. How do they speak that fast? It just makes it so much funnier. Oh, isn't that adorable? Everyone should
How
read
about
the
right
first
here?
comic.
Yeah, let's do one more.
Oops, this is the part where I forgot to press pause.
How about that?
Skip around.
Did you bring a present, Murgo?
Adorable. So, it sounds a lot sillier than it will when it's done, just because they're random out of context things. But, wink wink, nudge nudge. Ooh, we have a lot of comments actually. Varia says, your art style is genuinely so interesting. I have no clue how you're not widely popular. Double comma sounded like a Homestuck fan. People making weird stuff getting millions of views and you having interesting characters and stories getting none. Real. I do pride myself on my shitty little humble art projects. That sounded counterintuitive, but thank you very much for saying that. That does mean a lot because I spend a inane amount of time working on these stupid little projects. But I'm, it's just spreading something that will make people laugh at it and make people go, haha, Monty, haha, this thing. That's just the dream. Koberberg says, is that a milk-free cake? If not, are there proto-mammals as cattle? That is an excellent question. So, yes, there is milk, and that is because it is mammal milk, and it is decadent because you have to get enough milk out of them to feed dinosaurs. We have a silly time here. We have a silly time. Very a holy wall of text. Why was there such a yap fest? We do love our big blocks of text spoken very fast. But that is the thing, like if that line isn't spoken quickly, it gets boring really fast and there's some weird limitations between or not limitations, communication differences between audio and just text. Also very Homestuck reference. I love Homestuck so much. Oh my gosh. You guys don't even know. Okay, let's listen to another one. So we got the vague idea for Chasma. Chasma's voice lines aren't done yet. Monty's aren't done yet either. Now, Monty is voiced by my Moirail, Wonk Wonk, Homestuck, Lux. They actually have an art account on Instagram called pale.relics, if anyone wants to check that out. Now, Monty is a silly little guy. I'm trying to find like some silly lines. Ooh, there's some funny sass in this part. Okay. Monty is like questionably a child. I don't really know. The characters all have vague ages where it's like they are adults, but I sort of rate them as if they were all friends with each other in high school. They just graduated recently. They're still all in contact with each other. They sort of like become each other's only friends. And then Monty is just like some other kid who was like a freshman or something when they graduated. And he just is there too. He's sort of like someone's younger sibling. But anyways, this is Monty. Oh, it's gonna
Yes.
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 This is how fun the reading the lines is.
I was playing with the flesh bowl thing. Once you start it, you just can't stop, right? It's hypnotic. Like a line being drawn in front of you with your head near the ground.
Yeah, this is what Monty sounds like.
I was playing with the flesh bowl thing. Once you start, you just can't stop, right? It's hypnotic. Like a line being drawn in front of you with your head near the ground.
So I basically just get a bunch of takes from every single one, and then I pick the best. Pick the best one. Okay, I want to get the line where Monty says, "I'm allowed to play with my things," because the sass in this motherfucker's voice is so funny. It's when they were making horse noises to jump scare me. Okay, where is it?
You weren't supposed to. I'm allowed to play with my things.
Love that one.
Cause it goes all around, then it goes down.
We love Monty. Monty is an adorable little critter. Alright, let's see. Who should we look up next? Let's look at Mapu. So Mapu is voiced by my friend Pedro, as in definitely not Pedro. If anyone has watched a lot of the dinosaur content, you have seen him before. He is a paleo artist, and by that I mean he is actually paid to be a paleo artist. Isn't that fun? He is definitely not Pedro on Instagram and other sorts of media. He also has a YouTube channel if anybody wants to check that out. Let's see.
Well, I thought I was being creative with my gift until just now.
Hopefully this is loud enough, actually.
Well, I thought I was being creative with my gift until just now. It's the bunch talking, but I'm the one with a mouth face speaking.
Yeah, Mapu is pretty unhinged in this chapter. So that's fun. Let's see. Murgo's finished. Murgo is my brother, Sparesy. I think Murgo had some fantastic voice acting. I think Murgo's performance was my favorite just because he's so similar to the character for some reason. It's great. So let's just play here.
No. It's got chocolate frosting, but this cake is vanilla. Totally different.
As I just like giggle to myself while clicking on it.
What if I died and now I'm in hell where the contest can't end? I guess I'll just have to win.
As I just look at the camera while he inhales.
I thought it would be funny, but you all just kept drinking it without noticing.
We got a couple takes where it sounded a little too anime-esque with like the breathing and shit, but that's why we take like a million takes. Oh, and who's ready for me to sound straight? Where's a good one? I know that there's a lot of this where I'm just like completely quiet because I'm trying to focus on doing it. There's some like right here I have Chasma's voice lines open so that I can talk to them properly. Let's just go here. And there's the sound.
Murgo!
It's just me yelling Murgo.
We've been going in each other's dreams almost every night. It's been fun.
I'm the green
We've
one.
been going in each other's dreams almost every night. It's been fun. No, it's debatable, if not unlikely, that any Ceratopsians locked horns in intraspecific combat.
You see, the joke is that they argue about dinosaur science. So yeah, that's pretty much all the voices we have so far. Everyone who I've talked to has agreed to do it. We just have yet to have figured out times for that. A lot of those characters are done. Monty isn't done. Kazma's not done. And that is what we're looking at right now. There's 9 main characters. There's only 9 characters in the first chapter who talk. Anyways. Varia says, this might be... Oh, wait, where'd it go? This might be the Good Dinosaur, the hit 2015 movie, Please Don't Take My Family. Okay, well, you see, the funny thing about that is, I love The Good Dinosaur. I love that stupid movie. Sparesy and I argue about, comedically argue, in lambasting jest, about animated movies, and what we do like and what we don't like. And I have an illogical love for The Good Dinosaur. I can't even fully explain why, other than it's dinosaurs and it's a Western. Who knows? But I love that movie. I love that movie. I love it, Charlie. I love it. Mwah. It's beautiful. I can't spoil anything. It's great. But just know deep in my heart, deep in my little clogged artery heart, we love the good dinosaur. Okay, after all this time, we are finally going to draw the characters. We are going to lower down 2.5, and we are going to start drawing. Now, the hardest part about this is keeping the characters on model. Oh, yeah, you see that? I'm awake now. I got to talk about Homestuck. I got to laugh at video recordings of my friends having to be my OCs. His mouth is too far to the side. There we go. I draw the characters like they're made out of clay. They're very wiggly, very lumpy. His head is a little too wide here. His head is a little too wide. We ought to fix that while we're going in. Hopefully y'all can't hear my sister singing in the background. Let me flip. It's looking all right. His head is a little too conic right here. This is what takes the longest, I think, about the lining process, is forcing it to be on model. Because I sketch so loosely to get some very funny expressions, which I would definitely recommend if anyone else is into cartooning. Ooh, okay, Viria asks, who is your zodiac assigned troll? Eridan fucking Empora. And every single time I took a test, it was still Eridan, like even when it wasn't just the zodiac. And so I'm being Eridan Empora for Halloween, and I have an Eridan Empora cosplay, and we are going to slay this Halloween. Varia says he reminds me of a little Ninja Turtle. Thank you very much. This is Tay. He is a Tyndallsaurus. His horn is too bent. I designed him when I was a child, so I would definitely believe that there was some influence on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I didn't really watch it, but it was a thing that I was aware of. Why he forehead looking so big? Okay. Let's fix this up. And let's also... His head is too wide. I might have to just go like this. Have his eye bulge out, as the characters often do in this story. Yeah, it's looking a lot better. Let me remove the background, make sure this is still looking good. His horn is not forward facing enough. Let me redraw it. Because it doesn't go straight up, it goes like oddly forward, which just exists to make my life harder. And that's better. His horn is supposed to look sort of like a sword. It's sort of an unfortunate paleoart trend that Tyndallsaurus has something that looks rather phallic on its head. I tried to avoid that. However, it is somewhat unavoidable when you make it look like the old nostalgic Tyndallsaurus. Which, by the way, I'm going to open the spoiler file again real quick. So anyone who doesn't want to see character design spoilers, look away right now. So here's Tay. But here's what a normal Tyndallsaurus looks like. As sort of like a nod to the actual creature not looking like it has a unicorn horn, and rather looking like a fairly regular Lambeosaurine. Tay looks like this. Regular ones look like this. Isn't that fun? Ooh, Viria says... Yee, forehead! Yee. Two other people in the live, are you out to get them? Or the lack of speaking aside is very unsettling. You're scared. Oh no, don't be unsettled and scared. One of them might be me. No, then we'd hear it. No, I just popped the chat out. That's all I did. Where's my file? There it is. Sometimes people just leave this open. They're doing other stuff. I know I've played Minecraft and stuff while half listening to streams. Ooh, Sam is back. Do the other dinosaurs discriminate against them at all for looking different? Yes. So, characters like Tay, right? Like this is almost completely disconnected from what a Tyndallsaurus is, but there are so many Adrosaurs that people just assume he's a strange purple species. Like, they don't realize he's a Tyndallsaurus, but they don't think he's, like, unrelated to anything. But then you have characters like Chasma or Chasma, depending on how you want to pronounce it. She just has holes in her head. Some people can be mean about that. But then there's ones like Monty. Zoom, zoom. Monty looks almost exactly the same as normal, so people just don't even notice. And then... But one important thing. Murgo. This is the old design. Don't look at the old design. This is the new design. Here's our Darkreosaurids. By the way, they're organized based on what kinds of dinosaurs there are, because I'm like one of those bitches. Murgo is very dull in coloration, but this is what an actual Amargasaurus is supposed to look like. So other Amargasaurus are very dismissive of Murgo because, like, clearly he's an Amargasaurus. He has those spikes and stuff. But he just does not look right. He looks like grotesquely wrong. And so a lot of Amargasaurs specifically are very mean to Murgo, but a lot of other species just don't care. Because it's like, oh, you're a Bahatosaurus? You don't care what other things look like. You just know that you're a Bahatosaurus. And you're supposed to look like that. Ooh, we got some more questions. Youch! Let me say it like Meowth from Team Rocket. Everyone close your ears. Meowch! Thank you for the chat reassurance. That was so bad. We gotta get that Pikachu! You're all welcome for that. I don't know, a fun fact about Team Rocket Meowth is that in English he sounds like a little gangster. But the only reason he sounds like a gangster is because in the Japanese dub, the original dub, he talks like he's a cat. So he makes cat noises. Like in English, you go like, I'm a cat, meow. But Meowth goes, I'm a cat, meow. Because that's the noise, that's the cat onomatopoeia in Japanese. But assumedly, the English voice actor heard what the character sounded like in Japanese, didn't speak Japanese, and then went, oh, so he's a villain. He goes like, meh, meh, see? And that's why in English, Meowth is like, meh, I'm Meowth. Instead of sounding anything like a cat. And that's fun. Sam says, what do you mean I look weird? I'm just fucking purple, my guy. You have holes in your head and a star in your abdomen. They say it like an insult, and then Chasma gets really sad. She just goes like this. She's looking at her little hands. She goes, I guess I do have a star on my abdomen and holes on my hands. Varia reminds me of Gyarados. Ooh, I don't know what that was in reference to. I was doing Pokemon. I don't remember what that was in reference to. Apologies. Sam Starlight, oh, that's actually a really good Meowth impression. Thank you very much. I have a lot of control over my voice. It's hard to focus on it, which is why occasionally I sort of end up sounding like this, which is what my actual voice pretty much sounds like. But I try to keep it up here, and it's just difficult. It's nearly 4 a.m. I'm watching a buddy do a Meowth impression. Heck yeah. I could actually, there are a good few impressions I can do. Sparzy's a lot better at it. Sparzy can do Marge Simpson for some reason. If anyone wants a deep cut reference, go back and watch the first Hourcraft Minecraft video. Yeah, that's right. I posted Minecraft videos. Oh, this spot is in such an odd location. Let me move it. I need to sit better. My shoulders start to hurt when I sit this poorly. It's me own undoing. Awesome says, no, don't be sad. Oh, I need to stop touching my makeup. My dumbass keeps touching it. I need to get new eyeliner. I got like the world's shittiest eyeliner and it ran out already. Which is why it looks kind of bad. Varia asks, is this a Clone High reference? Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. I liked Clone High. I watched all the original one. I don't even remember how. I think I just watched it illegally on YouTube, as one does. But it was very funny. I never saw it when it actually aired or anything. I think I was too young to have seen it then. Ooh, his body is like weirdly round here. Let me fix that. He's supposed to be like this in cross section. That's better. I'm starting to get into the point in the night where I'm more awake than anything. Shoulders hurting from carrying all that artistic talent around. Thank you. Hee. Okay, his neck needs to be like stretched out. That's what I was missing. But no, my shoulders are like always hurting because I sit here like this. Not this exaggerated, but you know. Dude, he's got like a 5 head in this picture. Hold on, let me try and pull his face up. Oh no, that just looks worse. You know what? We're just gonna not deal with it. We were going so fast when we first started drawing Tay, and now we're going so slow. Ooh, this looks weird. Always flip the canvas. I didn't used to do that, so a lot of the early drawings in this comic are really asymmetrical. Okay, we finished the first drawing of Tay. His arm is weirdly long here. That fixes it up a little bit. Okay, no, we're done. We're done with this drawing of Tay. We are done with that drawing of Tay. Flip the canvas. We are moving on. We are gonna start drawing you and her adorable little face. I used to really like Utahraptor. I don't really like it that much anymore. I like Deinonychus a lot. By the way, Deinonychus, some of you may have noticed that I sort of flip between pronouncing dinosaur names differently, like the word dinosaur instead of dinosaur, and that is because the vernacular that people call dinosaur names in is sort of an Americanized version of British English trying to pronounce words in Greek and Latin. So there, a lot of the noises don't sound the same. That's why you may have noticed David Attenborough, he says cephalopod instead of cephalopod, because cephalos is how you are supposed to pronounce it, and it's just been Americanized into cephalos for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you sort of reach like meta levels of how you're supposed to pronounce words, because Deinonychus, for example, pronouncing it correctly would be Deinonychus. But if you pronounce it the way most people do, Deinonychus. Okay. But people only pronounce it like that because that's how the people who discovered it pronounce it. They say Deinonychus. But if you pronounce Deinonychus the way that you would normally in Americanized dinosaur names, it would be Deinonychus. So now we have Deinonychus, Deinonychus, and Deinonychus, and all the pronunciations are meaningless. And I sort of like think it's funny to adamantly say the technically correct versions. That one damn look at my fucking forehead meme. What? I'm so confused. Is that the Patrick scene where he goes, what does he say? Hey, Patrick, why are you mad? He goes, I can't see my forehead. Who wants to hear the SpongeBob laugh? I'm gonna do it, bitches. Okay.
Yeah.
That was as close as we're gonna get.
Yeah, Squidward.
I just got makeup all over my hand. I'm gonna stop doing that. I sealed it. Didn't do too great of a job. We are fine. We're just out here drawing you. Why you? Ugh, I need to be faster at drawing. That part's inside of the ice. But Sam, guess what? I'll say the correct pronunciation. That called them dinosaurs. That is because dino, terrible in Latin. I'm pretty sure it's Latin. My friend Lex Monty has been delving into the intended pronunciations of how Greek and Latin are actually pronounced. It is not pronounced dinosaur. It is pronounced dinosaur. Isn't that the funniest thing in the world? And I just keep saying it because I think it's funny, because people just go, oh, but that can't possibly be right. And then I go, it is right. It sounds so dumb. It's like admittedly still better sounding. Dinosaur is still better sounding than pachypode, which is what dinosaurs were originally supposed to be called. But dinosaur is just funny. Because, like, as people would normally say, Dinokairos. It's pronounced Dinokairos. Or, well, it's Dinokyros. Yes. And then things like Deinosuchus is pronounced Deinosuchus. In the same way that dinosaur is pronounced dinosaur. And once again, these pronunciations actually don't matter at all. Because nobody pronounces them right anyways. But if you want to be a cheeky little smartass like I do, you can correct people in the worst way possible. Like Triceratops. Triceratops is pronounced Triceratops. Tyrannosaurus is pronounced Tyrannosaurus. It's just awful. Like the Futurama quote, you are technically correct. The best kind of correct. Oh, who said that? Who said that? Was that the beige people who are just neutral to everything? I feel like that's who said it. I love Futurama. You are technically correct. The best kind of correct. Or was it one of the bureaucrats from one of those episodes? I don't even remember. I haven't seen Futurama in a while. I saw the new season. I liked it. It was fun. Koberberg says, SpongeBob laugh. You heard tortoise pleasure? I'm so confused. Falcarius, that is because it comes from Latin, right? Yes. Latin is rather difficult to pronounce. So a lot of English versions of dinosaur names and such are very different. And once again, there's just evidence of me saying it the normal way instead of the technically correct way, because I just think the technically correct way is funny. In the same way, I already said Dinokairos is pronounced Dinokyros. Kyra's name is meant to be Kyra, but the fact that her genus is called that means that her name is also Kira, and I think it's just going to be really funny in the dub if characters just like randomly call her Kyra or Kira and they are both her name. Oh, Varia needs to go. Your microwave just blew up. Bye, Varia. Thank you for wishing me good luck on your comic. I wish you good luck with your explosive microwave. Hopefully there's not a giant chunk of metal up in there. Hopefully there's not a bunch of tinfoil that got shoved in. Hopefully we don't have our dinosaur tinfoil hats shoved in your microwave. But good night. You should probably be going to sleep. Have a great time. Also, Chickadee Stevenson is back. Yeah, but would Triceratops be... What would... I'm not wearing my glasses today. What would Triceratops be called in common parlance? I mean, T-Rex. That sounds like a common name. Okay, but that's the fun thing, is that T-Rex is called that because in the scientific binomial shit, you abbreviate the genus when you are talking about a specific species. And it's odd that Tyrannosaurus keeps doing that because there is only one accepted species of Tyrannosaurus. So you can shorten it into T. rex. So if you wanted to shorten Triceratops in a similar way, you could say T. hortus or T. prorsus. But you could also give it a common name by calling it a three-horn, which I think is fun because that's what what's it called? Fake fan. The Land Before Time. The Land Before Time calls it a three-horn. But at the same time, if you have other genera running around, what's the point of calling it a three-horn when a lot of them look like that? But it is interesting to wonder, like, what would the common names for things be called had they still existed? A lot of animals' names are onomatopoeia, based on what the noise they make sounds like. And that could be a funny route. Granted, a lot of things would just be called, like, honk, bellow, wah, stuff like that. But few prehistoric creatures have names that sound like common names. That is true. Oh yeah, there are some that have common names. The Tully Monster, Tully Monstrum. Another one that does have a common name is Urvogel, I believe is how you're supposed to pronounce it. Archaeopteryx. Wait, I need to pronounce it correctly. It is not Archaeopteryx. It is Archaeopteryx. Bitch is bad at this. Archaeopteryx. Yeah. I tried so hard. It has a name Urvogel in German. And that's cool. Oh, terror birds also have a common name. Huh. That is interesting. Now I am wondering, there isn't... Because, like, adrosaurs, you call them the duck-billed dinosaurs. Ceratopsians are sort of like the horned dinosaurs, but you can't just call it a horned. That's kind of silly. Huh. If I were to name them, I would just continue calling them ceratopsians. I mean, technically they're ceratopsids, but I like including stupid things like Udanoceratops into the conversation. Terror birds are pretty much the best common name for a prehistoric critter. Fits them. It does. I like them. Forest rockids are beautiful creatures. Falcarius, there's a bird where you live. It's called a chacuaca. Chacuaca. Oh, I think I've heard of that before. Chacuaca. That sounds familiar. Interesting. Naming birds after the noise they make is just optimal. I'm gonna be honest. Like the European way of naming them, where it's just like, oh yes, this is the white-rumped boar warbler. Not as helpful as the pee-pee-pee-po-pee-pee-pee. I made that one up, but I would believe it if there was a bird named the pee-pee-pee-po-pee-pee-pee. Oh, it is only 8 o'clock. We are doing fine. Let's move on to the effects layer, because this layer is going to be a different line color. U is in ice from our bad bitch Kyra, or Kira, depending on how you choose to pronounce it. Funny joke. Chickadee-dee-dee. That's true. I saw a chickadee once in my life, so I forget that they make that noise. Like a Pokemon, that's true. Of course, they also have the Phoebe hole. I have never heard them make more than one noise. The one time I saw them in person, it didn't make a noise. It was just flying. Eh. Oh yeah, that's a nice line. You know what bird call I like? The, oh no, fake fan, I don't remember what it's called. The curve-billed thrasher. The curve-billed thrasher has a great noise. They go like, whoop whoop! Whoop whoop! And I like listening to them. As I dox myself. We all dox ourselves by what bird noises we live near. Now I'm doing the whoop whips. Cobraberg naming birds after the sounds they make? Isn't that how Pokemon are named? That's an excellent question. As a Pokemon lore expert, I've seen people theorize that like language is based around Pokemon names. But I like the theory that Pokemon don't actually say their names and that's just what the anime does. I like imagining that Pokemon just like make creature noises like in some of the is it like secondary media? I don't really know what to call it. But yeah. As a Canadian, Stevenson likes the Call of the Loon. Oh, that's an iconic one. Ooh, that's me trying to imitate it. That was shit. Chickadees are all over the place. That's true. That's true. I live in Arizona in the United States, so seeing a chickadee was very odd for me. I have never seen one since. Also, in the iconic birder problem, everyone's like, oh, this bird is the same size or smaller or bigger than an American robin. And I'm just sitting here like, I've seen an American robin like twice in my adult life. I don't know how big they are. I know how big a starling is now. They're a lot bigger than I thought they were. Ooh, Alpha Xeno Pete 82. Out of curiosity, are there any big Ashdarkids in this series? More notably, Aramborgiania. So there is. Okay, we're about to look at the spoiler page again. There's a spoiler page with all the spoiler designs. Everybody look away. Aramborgiania's right here. This dark colored one. Actually, as a bonus, let's scooch this over. Here's the other Ashdarkids. There's Quetzalcoatlus Lawsoni, Quetzalcoatlus Northropi, which was designed by Chop Chow on Instagram. And then we have Hatagoterix. Oh, by the way, Hatagoterix is technically spelled wrong. By technicality, of course, because that's my favorite thing. Generally, Hattig is spelled differently. And in Hatagoterix, they spell it like Hatzeg, which influences people to pronounce it incorrectly. But generally, when written in English letters, whatever those are called, it is like hat and then egg. Because it's Hattig. It isn't Hatzegopterus, it is Hattig. And if you do it technically correct, Hatagoterix. Hatagoterix. Terix. I can't roll my R's. Anyways, the Aramborgiania, which you can tell by my confidence in saying that I haven't said it out loud before. Where is the page? It is in a finished page. Here it is. We're in a dandy little clothes. Because dinosaurs wear clothes in this reality. It's not a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur legally similar for anyone who's been around this whole time. Dinosaur legally similar entity. He's standing back there and then he flies away. Actually, I haven't confirmed if this is a boy or a girl or an NB character. I might just not. I don't know. That's part of the fun about representing queerness in designs like this. Like, it's the ones that are boys and the ones that are girls are only like that because I say they are. This one's a boy, this one's a girl. Why? Because I say so. Or more relevantly, they say they are. Chickadee Stevenson, Ichi is damn cool. It is. Also, there is a design of it in here. Designed by Lux. Oh, wait, no, it's Amboterix. Oh, I never put E in here. I need to design that one. Well, Amboterix is basically the same. This was designed by Lux, pale.relics on Instagram. Pap, 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 pap. So I'm patting it on the eye. Pap, 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 pap. Dinosaurs are fun. We love dinosaurs. Also, Alpha says, amazing Ashdarkids. Hee. Thank you very much. Oh, anyone who follows my Instagram paleo art a lot, you're gonna start recognizing some of the designs. Like this Corythoraptor is based on a paleo art I did. Um, the Wulate Long, the Caudipteryx, and the Simli Caudipteryx, and the Anzu, and the Gigantoraptor are all based on regular paleo art that I made. I don't know if anybody on YouTube knows that I do that. Let me try and get it up real quick. Let's see, I like the Simili Caudipteryx best. Open file location. Oh no, this is for my video. Okay. Simili Caudipteryx. There it is. Paleo art. D. Funny looking stupid bird. It's technically wrong. The feathers are too rounded to be an oviraptorosaur based on our current understanding. Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. If you've ever Burger King foot fungus. But yeah, some of the characters are designed after regular paleo art that I made. There's that one. And that other one. Hee. Mononychus is your favorite not avian dinosaur. That is an interesting choice. Actually, I don't have any... Alverosaurids, that's what they're called. I don't have any Alverosaurids in this design sheet, do I? I need to get on that. That's the fun little scope creep, because it's like, I need a new NPC character. Well, I'll just draw one on. Oh, by the way, there's the Corythosaurus. Everybody's seen that one. Also, I like this Camptosaurus. It looks funny. Don't look at the spoiler. Shh. You didn't see that. Lammergeiers are your favorite dinosaur. That's an iconic one. The bone vultures. But prehistoric-wise, you'll admit to being a synapsid person. Okay. I see. I love birds, and I especially love the stupid-looking things that are basically birds. Like, you look at Zalmoxes or something, and it just looks like the world's stupidest bird, and I love them for it. Oh, real quick, a fun thing that I did is that a lot of the closely related dinosaurs have very similar patterns. Like, this is the Tyrannosaurus, this black one. The Tarbosaurus has almost the same pattern, but in different colors. And then the Displetosaurus also has almost the same pattern, but in different colors. I think that's a fun little thing. Gorgonopsid gang! Oh, I should have known. Part of the joke in this comic is that they never talk about synapsids. Like, there are Triassic things. There are things from before the Triassic, like there's Megalograptus and Pterygotus. But they just avoid talking about the Triassic period and the Permian period at all costs. And I just think that is the funniest joke in the world. Because Gorgonopsids and stuff, they're really cool. But when people think about paleontology, they don't think about those things. So I like to pretend that people just ignore them in this world. And that dinosaurs count as real citizens. And then, like, nobody cares about birds. So birds are just animals in this world. Very iconic, I think. Ooh, we got some more chats going on. Falcarius, guess my favorite dinosaur. I would hazard to guess Dolthronychus. Do I have Falcarius in this, by the way? Oh, I do. Look, Falcarius, there's you. There you are. I made it look like a green peafowl, I think was the goal here. Oh, the text that I can't read and that alarmed my vision for a second says, little dinos roaming around. Yes. Epic. You're epic. The Triassic is weird. It disheartens me a little bit because, like, I can't have Tanystrophiids in this comic because then it would break my stupid rule of not talking about the Triassic. But it's just so funny to pretend it doesn't exist when making it about dinosaurs. Chicken is one of the best dinosaurs. That's true. They are not only tasty, but they are also fantastic pets. They're the cuddliest birds in existence. The only other birds that rival them in cuddliness are like cockatoos, and chickens are a lot more fun to deal with when they're unhappy than cockatoos are. Okay, we need to work more on our comic. I am so easily distracted. Line. Let's go ahead. Ooh, we should copy paste. So this says we need to copy paste from page 43. So let's go ahead and open up page 43 and see if the note to myself was relevant. Redwater, page 43. Gotta say it like Scott Pilgrim. 43. Which picture did I mean? Okay, so they're both sitting there. Background. Okay. Okay, so it's this panel. It's this panel that I am meant to do. Look at the Sorolopus over here in the background just looking. Okay. Back. Okay, so we need back. Back color. And back. Okay, so we need to duplicate, merge, make sure it turned out right, and now we can yoink this. Copy. Then we move it back here. Paste. Copy pasta. And we hit the save in case it crashes. That is how we do it, babes. Friend who I can't read your username. I love animals and mythic stuff, but I'm bad at drawing stuff like that. That is unfortunate. The best thing you can do is practice. Practice makes better. There's no such thing as perfect. And the best thing about art is that you basically never get worse at it. He looked like he's seen some things. That is true. This Sorolophus has seen so much. Not even questioning its reality. Oops, what did I just click on? I think I hit Control F. I didn't know it did that. Ooh, real quick, I'm going to keep listening to my... Where is it? There, desktop audio. Now I can listen to my ASMR and no one will have to hear that. Okay, let's organize your things, KandyEggs. Jesus fucking Christ. Your name is Kiyomi. That is a wonderful name. I'll try to remember that, Kiyomi. So we have run into an issue of the fact that this image is not wide enough. So let's try and fix this. Oops, it goes over here. All right. So this image isn't wide enough, so we are going to be cheeky. We're going to make it bigger. Is that large enough? It is. Oops, it is slightly not large enough. Let's widen it a little bit. That was too much. As I just like stared deeply into the screen, my face flushed with unnatural lights. All right, let's scooch you down a little bit. Yes. All right. Now we are going to select within the lines. And then we are going to do something very clever. That was too close. We're going to do something very clever with this. We are going to cut selection to a new layer. Name this one copy pasta. And then get rid of this old one because that's faster than deleting the edges. Wow. Wonderful, babes. We did it. We copy pasted a background. Alright. Oh, Kiyomi is your OC's name. Very nice. So you claim your OC's name is my name. That is very iconic behavior. Honestly, wonderful. We love to see it. Preferred names are the best. Let me add my color layer real quick so that I can add this bubble with color so that it's not as distracting to me. If anybody else out there is planning on making your own comics, one of the greatest pieces of advice I would say is that backgrounds, you are going to use them and you are going to need them way more than you think you are going to. And you're going to want to put as much effort as you can into them. It is going to be a massive waste of time. Reuse backgrounds as much as physically possible. I would greatly suggest, especially if it's a comic that takes place inside a house or something, pretend like it's animation. Make very specific, dedicated, extremely large pictures of your backgrounds. Crop them for the different panels. It'll make the whole process go infinitely faster. That is one of the greatest wisdoms that I can possibly impart. Alright. We are back to our line layer. Let's go ahead and draw Kira. The back of her head. Kira's head is wider than most of the characters. She doesn't even look like a Dinosaurus, which is very funny. Like, she was designed before I, like, really committed to having all these different kinds of dinosaurs be, like, actually differentiable. She was designed when all the characters still had, like, this exact same face. And then I just sort of, like, added things onto them. Like, there's Penta, there's Tay. They all originally looked exactly the same, but now I'm like, okay, well, here's a Tyrannosaur. And then I draw it like this. And it's like, oh no, I have to like actually specify the things and differentiate them. So Kira looks like a normal cartoon thing where her head's just a circle. But if I were to design her now, she would like kind of by necessity need to look like this. And she just doesn't. It's kind of funny just to have her not look like anything at all. She looks like a Muppet. She's supposed to look like a Muppet. And at least that part succeeded. Oh, we have some more questions. Do you have a fill bucket on that art program? I do, and I can specify in my tool settings the fuzziness, the grow shrink. Grow shrink is very useful for doing stuff like this. I will show real quick. That was the wrong button. So, if I wanted to color this, I could go like, I have my magic wand tool, click it. Whoa, look at that. If these lines were thinner, like see how it's almost cutting through, and it is cutting through on some of those, I can set the grow and shrink down to 2, and now we're doing it like that. Isn't that fun? And then we can fill the bucket, and now it's filled. So I would definitely recommend Krita, especially for people who don't have money. Krita is free. That's right. Not free 99. Free. It is pretty great considering. Do you have any character from the Crocodilians family, or are they also on the menu? So that is a great question. I was saying earlier, there are Pseudotsuchians in this story. There are 2 that have designs, Geosaurus giganticus and Geosaurus laparenti. First of all, funny design. This one's made of lapis lazuli. This one is the earth. These are not dinosaur or legally similar. Whereas a pterosaur is like a person, it's dinosaur or legally similar. They are not. These are animals. So if you are a carnivore in one of the civilized locations in our dinosaur world, you can eat these. They are literally not different at all from like your friend next to you, taste-wise or anything. It's just that they are very difficult to rear in captivity, and they're expensive. So things like Pseudotsuchians and turtles, you can just eat them. They taste basically the same as what an actual dinosaur would taste like. You can eat birds. They have no souls in this world. Fish don't have like higher consciousness, but you know what does have higher consciousness? This. Why? Funny. Only the like popular animals have consciousness in this world, and it's hilarious to me. Like Parapazosia, that's dinosaur legally similar. Megalograptus, dinosaur legally similar. You get to something like Plotosaurus, dinosaur legally similar. And then you get something that looks almost exactly the same, Geosaurus. That is free reign. You can go ahead and eat that. Ooh, we have some more questions. You know what a box jellyfish is? I do indeed think it's one of the deadliest animals. That is true. There are a lot of different kinds of box jellyfish, but there are some kinds that are just so aggressively out here evolving. Like, please, dear Gog, do not touch me. I will kill you because you hitting me too hard will also kill me. And that's just such an interesting evolutionary pressure for things to have. Just becomes an arms race of I literally could not survive if you hit me too hard. So if you hit me too hard, I will make you pay for it. Gorborg says, or any Archosaur can't spell it characters. Archosaur. Do you mean like Archosaur is like the group Archosauria? With dinosaurs and pterosaurs and crocodilomorphs and stuff? Or are you asking something else? I feel like you're asking something else. Chickadee Stevenson says, amusing idea. You could add Dimetrodon. Oh, but you see, part of the joke, Chickadee Stevenson, is that for some reason, they just don't talk about the Permian or the Triassic as a bit. Like there's stuff from a weirdly long time ago. There's stuff like Anomalocaris. It's just not on this picture. But they just don't talk about that because that's sort of like infamously before the dinosaurs. And then even the Triassic, I just don't include it as a bit because people don't care about Triassic animals. And it's just, it's a silly little stupid paleontology joke that only the animals people generally care about are people. And everything else is just animals. Since it's always stuck in those dino kits. So originally, in the original version of this comic, when I was a kid, there was a Dimetrodon character. And the joke was still that Dimetrodon was extinct, even though you have like all sorts of dinosaurs living next to each other, like Stegosaurus next to a Tyrannosaurus. But Dimetrodon was like, ooh, that's an evil creature. It's not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be extinct. And I just sort of carried that over. That vibe of like, we don't talk about like Dimetrodon and stuff. I doubt it's as funny to anyone else as it is to me, but it's just like a really pedantic, stupid bit that I will uphold. Her body's too small, isn't it? Let me just... There. And then her silly little arm. I'm going to fold her arm up so it looks less cursed in this position. She has like, I need to move her head over. Actually, I'll just move her whole body. Kyra especially has like, Peanuts hands. She has like little Peanuts hands. Her hands go like this. Alright, let's fix this line up. You see, we're either blazing through these lines or we are at a literal snail's pace. It's really hard to keep the characters on model because I sketch so fast. Because it's really important that I have loose sketches because that's how I get all the fun facial expressions and stuff. And that is something I definitely don't want to sacrifice. But it is hard having to use these as a guide when they just like are sized incorrectly or they don't look quite right, etc., etc. Alright, I need to make her head smaller. There we go. Alright, I need to catch up on these chats, dog. And I need to try to... I need to try and continue my femme voice, doing it better. That was a lot of the purpose of this. I sound fruity as shit. Add, add Dimetrodon, but never talks about what it is. That is very funny. Oh yeah, I was talking about in the original version there is a Dimetrodon character, and they all think it's like evil because it's like, ooh, that's not a dinosaur. Ooh, it's very dumb. If anyone does want to see the original version of that comic, the first book of the original version of this is on YouTube. It is like old AI voice dubbed, so like the ones that are just text readers. And I like pitch them to pretend to be different characters. It's fun. Something feels so wrong about the back of her head here, but I can't spend any more time working on this. I need to check stuff. Parapazozia eating belemnoids is an interesting point of conflict, I guess. Shh, no, it's not. It's not a part of conflict, because you see, ammonites, those are dinosaur are legally similar, but people don't care about belemnites. So belemnites are animals, and thus we get into the eccentricities of this. I had a good word, now I can't remember what it was. This very contrived set of rules that this world has, which are just endlessly, flauntingly entertaining to my stupid little brain. Just the stupid, meaningless arguments that can be had of like, but isn't this cannibalism? No. That's perfectly acceptable. Gosh forbid your food be made out of a Eurypterid. That's not okay. No Eurypterid food. But like, you make it out of a horseshoe crab, that's fine. Yeah, go on ahead. I keep touching my nose. I need to stop touching my face so much. It's hard to wear makeup. Granted, my makeup looks shit, but Kiyomi, right? Kiyomi. That sounds right. It takes you like 3 minutes to make a sketch. That is okay. One of the most difficult parts of drawing is just speeding up the process so that it doesn't take as long, so that you can do more drawing, so that you can have more time for suffering. His cheek was a little too big. There we go. Alpha also just read the comic with the Arambergia individual and definitely gets dark. Thank you very much. My cheeky little smile, because I know exactly what you're talking about. The characters looking like this, and then actually interesting topics coming up, but then it can like just as easily go back to the characters making puns at each other. So great. So great. You know what else has a similar tone to this? Is Centaur Worlds. Has anybody seen Centaur Worlds? I love that show. I don't even know who the target audience is, because the target audience is me specifically. I gestured toward myself. I don't know if that caught on camera. In my dark void. I'm a floating head living in a void. Look at me sit with proper posture for a minute. I look so much less stupid this way. I really hate the way that my chin looks. Genderqueer moment. But it doesn't help that I draw like this. I look like Jim Carrey, just deep cut reference. Not actually. Okay, wait. Oh wait. Okay. I should probably put on my glasses, but I really don't want to now. Kiyomi says, you're straight but also a Christian, so whenever you see a femme, I don't go attack them, I just let them be happy for who they are and let them live life. Iconic. I appreciate that greatly. If I have a few friends who are religious, and I'm going to be honest, if I didn't have those friends who are religious and were still very nice to me, I would have like an absurd vendetta against religion. But because of people like you, who are very polite like that, I appreciate it. The power of human interest equals intelligence plus free soul. Okay, wait, let me analyze this. The power of human interest equals intelligence plus free soul. That is interesting way to boil that down into a concept. That is fun. That's like one of those things that like You can see it on a surface level, but then the more you think about it, the deeper it can get. Interesting. Chickadee says, with drawing, you start out fast but shitty. Then you get slow. Oh, God. I click Control S every couple seconds. every time this part of the screen changes. Okay, let me, like... Every time you see that, I'm saving. And when I click it when a different tab is open, my computer explodes. There we go. Regaliceratops is an interesting thing. I really like it. His face looks very cute in this picture. He's angry. Or he's not angry, he's spookied. Yeah. Chickadee says that's where you are right now. Iconic. See I've said it before, I'll say it again. Best part of art is, it's not, you can't judge it until it's done. And it's never done. Especially with like pencil drawing and shading. Like, it's just never done. So even if your brain says, oh, this looks bad, you can just go, it's not done yet, stupid. That is how every conversation inside my own head goes. I call myself stupid all the time. Partly because I am. Partly because my brain's not very nice to me a lot of the time. So it does help to just say like, mean brain is stupid. Go away. Alright, I'm going to need to cross-reference how he looks in this block. This whole side of his head is free. Alright, there we go. Brush back. I'm starting to sense the latency now. Centaur World is peak. Thank you very much. Comfortable Doug. I love Centaur World. I am not that much into musical theater. My sister is. I really want her to watch it because she'd catch so many of the references. I got like the reference to Cats, obviously, and the reference to Les Mis. Les Miserables. Those are the only references I got, and there's a lot more in there. Now we're all like focusing on every time KandyEggs saves. Chickadee is trans mask and pagan as fuck. Iconic, dude. You cannot draw without your tablet. Stupid dysgraphia. I've never heard that before. What does that mean? Does that dysgraphia? Dysgraphia. I can't even break down those root words right now. I'm very confuzzled. You know, it's getting to the part at night where I've been staring at lines too much and using like 99% of my brain to talk and to draw lines at the same time. Like this spike needs to be further out. It needs to be more squared. There we go. I'm just gonna draw it like that. Actually, no, this one's cut in. Okay, let's go back to the effects. Draw this line. There we go. He is inside a block of ice now. It's also kind of funny to me that ice is an element in this world because, like, they're dinosaurs. Snow technically exists. I don't know if I've said this on stream, but, like, the formation with the one species of Pachyrhinosaurus. By the way, only one of the species of Pachyrhinosaurus actually lived north enough for it to actually snow. The one species of Pachyrhinosaurus that lived in the snow, you'll see all sorts of paleo art drawing them in the snow and stuff, but it is essentially the same exact environment as Washington. Like, it could snow. That doesn't mean it regularly did. And also, it's so far north that it would be nighttime when it snowed. Like, it would be in a constant state of nighttime when it was snowing, and when the sun comes back up, the snow goes away. So it's like, either you're pretend photographer, either Nigel Marvin went to take this picture in like the 30 minutes of daytime to get this nice picture, or the paleo art should have been at nighttime. Yeah, looks fine. Nanuxsaurus, the polar bear lizard. Okay, well now I gotta show Nanuxsaurus on the spoiler picture again. It's a Tyrannosauroid, right? So it should be... There it is. There's the Nanuxsaurus. Woo! I like this design a lot. It looks like a chocolate. Looks like a fancy chocolate. It's got this little white chocolate part and these little like peanut butter bits. Just want to pat it. Pat, 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 pat. I don't really like my Alioramus designs, but they're canonized now. Their hands look funny. I also really like this design by this person's name, who I won't even embarrass myself to try and pronounce. The Bistaheverse, or I embarrass myself more by trying to pronounce the dinosaur name. This was one of the contest entries, and I really like how this one turned out. Is very interesting. It's a lot like Fossil Fighters, which is one of the biggest inspirations for this thing. If you couldn't tell already. Jiggity Stevenson, have you seen the Deep Sound one with the northern dinosaurs? I don't think so. Unless it's the one... I did illegally watch one on YouTube. That was about the Edmontosaurus regalis and stuff. I don't remember what it was called, though. It might have been that one. I'm not sure. Alpha says, another point of curiosity is there a limit of what species can pair with what species in this world, as in mates with? That is a fun topic, too. So this is indeed something that I have thought about before. I'm going to leave us with Emperor Zhicheng of Konglong Zhonghua. I have vaguely learned Mandarin pronunciations for this project. Some of the names, because there's so many dinosaur names in Chinese, some of the locations in dinosaur China, which, by the way, Konglong Zhonghua is just dinosaur China, and that's funny to me. But what dinosaurs can mate with each other in this world? Well, there's Pokemon rules. So what that means is that they have to be the same group of animals. So like Ceratopsians, for example. It's very arbitrary what can and cannot be in relations with each other. But I will say this. Ceratopsians are a vague enough group because Ceratopsia discludes other marginocephalans like pachycephalosaurs, but it includes things like Triceratops, things like Regaliceratops, but it also includes things like Udanoceratops and Protoceratops and Leptoceratops. That's what it's called. So let me show those guys. Where'd they go? They're down here. Okay. So, we got a Pachyrhinosaurus. We're going to look at Pachyrhinosaurus lacustae. So, Pachyrhinosaurus lacustae, this is our female. And we're going to say Udanoceratops is our male. So, because they are a biosex female, biosex male, if they have sussy relations in the marshmallow dinosaur world, they can have children. All of the children will become Pachyrhinosaurus, because that is what the female was. And that's how it works. If they are close enough related, and this is like as much disparity as you can have in this logic, all of the babies will be whatever the female is. So another example is you have adressars. You can have a Saurolophine, like Saurolophus right here. Let's say this Saurolophus is a male, and he has sussy relations with a female Parasaurolophus 2%. All of their babies will be Parasaurolophus 2%. Yeah. Isn't that fun? Whereas, if this Saurolophus got a little nasty in the pasty with this Mapusaurus, they would not have babies because they're not close enough related to create babies. So that is the internal logic of this world. Cobra Berg. Music. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, yeah. Music. Centaur World Glue Sense is definitely not your core memory. Centaur Worlds is a wonderful, wonderful thing that we should all hold dear in our hearts. Chickadee says Deep Sound is a YouTuber who does animation. It's really good. Ooh, is that... Let me look it up real quick. I'm looking it up on my phone so nobody can see it. Evidence. Deep Sound. Let me see if I have seen this channel before. Deep Sound, Dinosaur. I'm not finding it. Deep Sound is a YouTuber who does animation. I am not finding it. I'll look at that in a minute. Try and research better. But for the meantime, Alpha says Jichung Tyrannus mentioned. Let's go. Yes, I love my design for Jichung Tyrannus. It is very clearly designed based on the aesthetic and design principles of Fossil Fighters, but like compressed into my little chibi art style. And one of the only characters who is a Jichung Tyrannus is Emperor Jichung of Konglong Chonghua. And I suck at pronouncing Mandarin. By the way, speaking of pronouncing Mandarin, technical correct pronunciations, this is not pronounced Kai Hong. Mandarin and Chinese in general is a very tonal language, so it's very difficult for me to pronounce. But this name, not Sai Hong, it's named as Rainbow. It's pronounced to the best of my ability, Sai Hong. Sai Hong. Yeah. English speakers fucking suck at saying Chinese words because I can't put my inflections in them. It is always pronounced Sai Hong. All the femininity leaves my soul when I say Sai Hong like that. Alpha says dead sounds sorry. Sorai. Dead sounds. Dead sounds sorry. Dead sound. Yes, that is. Wait. I don't recognize this one. There's like dragon people in it. What are those called? Drakes. The art style looks familiar. Oh yeah, I saw the first one when it came out. I don't even remember what the first... No, I did see that one. Yeah, I did see it. Okay. I'm going to leave that on my YouTube. I did not see the newer ones. I didn't know there were so many. Chickadee is 90% mucus right now. That is so unfortunate. Alpha says, yeah, speaking of Mandarin and Kai Hong is funny to hear. You speak Mandarin? Iconic. I hope you're judging the heck out of all of my half-ass pronunciations that I can't say correctly, because I speak English. The worst language. Alpha says, Anchiornis, my best boy, favorite dinosaur tax out of all. Let's zoom into Anchiornis for ya. Look at that cutie pie. It's a really good example of how I choose colors in this comic. Like, we know vaguely what colors Anchiornis was. But instead of just making it actually gray and black and white and red and ruddy color, I made it pink and light purple. Like, let's color pick. Like, this is like an indigo color. We got a pink. And then the rest of these are also that indigo color. This one's more purple. But, like, it's not literally gray. And I think that's really fun. In the same way that... Oh, by the way, real quick. Sai Hong. That was half-assed. This is basically the colors it was. Not the colors, but like where the iridescence is. My friend Lux was really into that paper. A lot of people didn't read it, but it is a very interesting paper. And it is not entirely black. It has brown parts to it. And this, to the best of my ability, is what it would look like. Obviously, like the purple and the blue, I just picked colors. We don't know what color it was. It was some sort of iridescence that was pretty strong. But that's more or less what it looked like, and that's cool. Also, it's like hilariously small. It is like this big. I don't know if you guys can see that. But, oh, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, no. Um, I was gonna do something. Let me look at the chat again. Mucus, Kaihong, Enkiarnis. Chickadee could never learn a tonal language. You got a tin ear. That is an interesting thing. Is that a saying or is it literal? I feel so stupid. This is how small KandyEggs' brain is. I'm gonna be honest. There was one with dinosaurs and one with dino people. Yes, yes. I have not seen the dinosaur people ones, but there's multiple animations that I really ought to see. Love animations. Old Buck is peak cinema. That's the one with the Ceratopsians, I think. I guess, did I not subscribe? I meant to. I just never saw any of them. Dinosaur is getting a season 2. Iconic. We love to see independent media being successful. I had something that I was gonna say. We're gonna discover it eventually. Okay, anyways. Let's go back to line. Let's draw on... That's the wrong color. Draw on Yu's face. This is the best part about my art style. It's so fucking wiggly that nobody cares that the lines look like this. I don't even draw the pupils round most of the time. Like a lot of times if here's the center of the eye, if they look over here, it'll be like their eye will look like that. It doesn't make any sense. I pretend like they're made of clay and they're being shittily animated. KandyEggs keeps swearing. Sorry about that. The more tired I get, the more I swear. I was out at my grandparents' earlier today doing yard work. As I do. You wish your grandparents accepted queerness. Well, in my case, it's a little bit of an advanced queerness, so I guess I understand, but c'est la vie, say the old folks. I hurt my elbow a little bit. Shouldn't have been resting it on my terrible chair. Good job, KandyEggs. You didn't say it was a shitty chair. Oh, you know what? Since we're getting into the silly late night adventure of KandyEggs and this comic, they don't swear in this comic, but they also totally do. Because some of the animal noises that they make are just code for certain swears. Like honk is the F word. Every time they say honk, it means the F word, and I want you guys to know that. I have written down all of the code for their swearing. I have to like cross-reference it all the time because I don't actually have it memorized yet, but it's a fairly recent, very funny joke. But it is very important to me that this comic, even though it has like violence and existential horror type things, it's very important to me that it's still a thing that like tweens and teens can enjoy. Maybe even younger? I don't know. Nah, not younger. They imply the existence of sex. But I do have another comic. I haven't like really started it in the new version. I used to make comics all the time, but it has people in it. And that one, if it ever comes into fruition, is going to be a lot more directly about queerness and sexuality, because as a gray ace person, these are very interesting topics to me. And a lot of media for teenagers and younger people in general, like 20s and younger. I say like I'm old. Gosh, I kind of am. I'm like 25. A lot of it's about like life lessons, like important things, especially social things. And something that is critically lacking in media is like coming out as a queer person in whatever way that is to a partner. That is something that was incredibly alien territory for me and a lot of people like me to try and do. that I feel really needs to be represented in things. And so that's something I'm trying to do with this comic, which, like, yeah, the funny joke is it is stupid dinosaurs, and then occasionally they get serious. But in that human one, I want to be very much more direct, much more authentic with everything. I have concept art of it somewhere. Let me see. Oh, there's the art I was looking for, actually. Here's some of the characters I tried to redesign and modernize. They're it's kind of old now. They're much more solidified now, especially in their proportions. But here's our little silly little array of characters. Yeah. It's really stupid. The only reason I haven't committed to working on this, like, full time, and I decided to commit to the dinosaur one, is because the plot of this one was a little too basic. It's about how I don't like that genetic lines of organisms can be owned by corporations. But corporation bad, haha, funny robot. This is an animal mixed together with another animal. That's all, like, really, really basic stuff now. When I was a kid, it wasn't. Or at least I like to think it wasn't. But it was a little too basic. Meanwhile, this random dinosaur thing is so weird that I just committed it to this one. Because you hope nobody else is making something like this. Oh, gee, more comments. Chickadee Stevenson. All your grandparents died before you properly came out. That is unfortunate. I'm sorry, friends. So that's not a problem for you. Iconic. You like making up swears that make sense for culture/species. That is true. My friend Lex and I, we've been toying around the concept of dinosaur slurs. Like, just to show how hateful some of the characters are, just make up meaningless slurs for them. Like, I know that the Ceratopsians, they already have a slur. They're the only ones that have an official slur in this comic, and that's calling them trikes. Because I used to play Roblox Dinosaur Simulator, and everyone would call me and Sparzy trikes, and I was like, we are Triceratops. You call us Triceras, or you call us Triceratops. You don't call us trikes. And everyone's like, you stupid trikes. I hate you trikes. And I was like, shut up. So yeah, now all the Ceratopsians are called trikes as a slur. Oh, I love this dumb world building. Alpha Adressars ear blasting you're blasting other dinos with a swear word. They go, ark, ark, ark. Forgot the camera could look at me for a second. But yeah, that's basically, they just yell slurs. Okay, I need to look at what this is. Okay, there's big chunk on the left side, and the right side has a little one. Big chunk, little one. So, there we go. Line. Ah, frick. Okay, let's fix that. We're messing this up. Okay, let's go back. That needs to be higher up. Okay. There. Wait, there. I am overthinking this so hard that it's becoming a little tiny bit frustrating. But that's what happens when we draw art for like 3 hours in a row. Okay, let me check my little buddies. Chickadee says, imply the existence of sex? Warrior Cats is like for 10-year-olds. Oh my god. Chickadee Stevenson, you have reminded me of parts of Warrior Cats that I forgot about until this very moment. Oh boy. That is wonderful. Warrior Cats is so silly. I read Guardians of Ga'Hoole first, and then I read Warrior Cats because another kid told me it was similar to Guardians of Ga'Hoole, and I was genuinely disappointed that there wasn't, like, lore. There was, like, no lore in Warrior Cats. I wanted lore. I wanted them to have little cat technology. I was so disappointed that, like, the whole plot takes place in, like, 10 acres of wilderness right outside of a neighborhood. Cobraberg says the existential existence of what implies the existence of dinosaur sex. I think that's what you're talking about. My brain just like malfunctioned for a minute. We're all just gonna ignore that. Chickadee Steve's at 25? You're 35 and everything hurts. Oh, no. Well, it is... I don't know what you do for work, but I work about half-time. Well, less than half-time, technically. I'm a substitute teacher, and I'm around a lot of teenagers, and unfortunately, I know all of the brain rot words. Ooh, but it's like pretty good brain rot words. Like, mogging is one of my favorite words to ever exist. It is so choice. But it makes me feel really old. Some of them assume that I'm like in my late 30s, and some of them are like, are you a kid? And it's so funny. And being on estrogen has made my skin... It makes me look more like a child because my like face is round and squishy now. And my skin, the pores in my skin are a lot smaller, so it makes me look younger than I otherwise did. It's funny. It's funny. Kids get so confused. You really hope none of them find this YouTube channel. Chickadee paid the vet to take Gandalf. Your kitten his balls away. Now he looks dumb. A no-lick donut. Oh no. He will never develop his funny male cat giant cheeks. Good on you for neutering your cat, though. You used to be a dog groomer, but your back went out 10 years ago. Ooh. That sounds very unfun. Come on, there we go. I owned a rabbit for a very long time. And dealing with rabbits and having to groom them, like trim their nails and stuff, is hellish. I can't imagine having to deal with dogs that aren't yours and don't know you and don't know what's happening. That sounds horrifying. I'm scared of dogs. I don't know if you could tell that by the way that I described that, but I am scared of dogs. Oops. Cobraberg! Sorry, you're mad dyslexic and can't spell well. Can't spell as well as you can run. You have no original skin on your knees. Iconic sentence. Don't worry about it. My friend... So, this requires a little bit of explanation, doesn't it? My friend and I love Homestuck. Okay, good. That was on the right layer. Except this. No, that was on the right layer. So my friend and I love Homestuck, and part of the bit about Homestuck is that characters are internet trolls. And part of that is that they type in... Pardon? Okay, nothing happened. Part of that is that they type in, like, semi-incomprehensible typing quirks, wherein they will, like, spell things a certain way. Like, for example, one... character talks in leet. So like one character will type like this, where certain letters are replaced with certain numbers. And we pretend to roleplay as our shitty little troll OCs because we think it's really funny. And their troll OC's typing quirk is that they have autocorrect off and don't look at the screen when they are typing on their phone. So it is completely incomprehensible, but like with context, you still understand everything that's being said because they purposely use very simple language when typing in the quirk. It is iconic. I'll eventually get it. I struggle a little bit. My troll OC is Legus and Legus talks like this. And that was a very bad sentence to go off of, but my troll OC is rabbit themed, and the way that he talks is that B, U, N, and Y are capitalized because they are bunny, and then after every piece of punctuation, there's 2 periods to represent the bunny poops. And then some letters that sound similar to the letter B get replaced by B as well. It's fun. I love Homestuck so much. It is like the greatest world building thing. That was something important to me when it comes to this comic as well, is the character creation aspect of world building. Like, I purposely made this world so it's like, okay, there are 9 characters. Each of them are an elemental. They get replaced through time as they die, so that anyone who like is a super fan of the comic, should it ever happen, can make their own little OCs, and like, this is the fire one, this is the this one. And because the designs are sort of similar, like, here's a spoiler. This character is a fire elemental. He is a Pachyrhinosaurus. He is somewhat similar to the way Pachyrhinosaurus looks regular ways. But he's got different elements, so it's sort of like a character creation thing, like, ooh, what's your thing? I'm going to make mine a Psittacosaurus, and then I'm going to turn it into the electric one, and stuff like that. I feel like that is just a fun way to engage with media, is make a system for making characters. Okay, wait, I have to read things. Chickadee Stevenson, look after your spines. Oh, gee, I have been. Don't worry. I, for a long time, did not care about myself as a person. Now that I am finally in a mentally much better place than I was, I'm starting to realize that I should take care of myself. And the biggest part of that is standing correctly. I haven't stood correctly since I was a child. My back goes... So, like, normally a person looks like this. There's your pelvis. That's a horrible drawing. But basically, I stand like this, which is not... These look like sperms. Oh, gosh. Head. I stand like that. And I've been... It's because I stand without using my abdominal muscles at all. And I've been really trying to not do that. It's been helping my shoulders, but also I stand incorrectly in general. But it's just like little things like that are self-care, and that's fun. Alpha says, you are a Mantodian lover, have had shield mantis. Oh, mantises. You have had shield mantises. That's an interesting one. Giant Asian mantises and ant mantids. That is cool. I like mantids, but I don't think I would ever keep them. Partly because I just kind of pick up mantises from the wild. And they're too jumpy for me. They're too willing to just jump and go places. I like my tenebrianids, because they can't fly. Some tenebriids can fly. Mine can't. Or, well, I should say tenebrianoids, because I have... Some of them are ironclad beetles, and they are not tenebrianids, but are tenebrianoids. None of the ones I have can fly, and they're all, like, pretty diligent. They don't know how to jump, which I really enjoy. The only reason they'd fall off is if they, like, slowly walk off you and you didn't catch them, and then they start falling down. I love arthropods. They're neat. Oops. Chickadee! I remember the original lead speak! The wolf speak was so much worse. What is wolf speak? Is that like the alpha beta stuff that people would argue on the internet all the time? Like the classic iconic Therian behaviors? Lux used to be a Therian. I'm smirking because I can't tell things told me in confidence. It's very funny. I would have been a Therian, though. Had I been around them as a child, I would have been. So I definitely can't make fun of anybody. I'm a transformer. I'm the one people make fun of. I can't make fun of people. Connectic, but no. What is wolf speak? You're a Paleotherian? Ooh! What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me what your variant is. I need to know. She's leaning really hard in this picture. Ooh, Frederico is back. Weather! Welcome to the comic stream. Chickadee, there are old ones older than even you. Whoa. We're getting into numbers that I can't count to. Eno Strenchi. Oh, okay, so I'm going to admit that I've never known how to pronounce that word, but that is iconic. Rolls back to the Gorgonopsids from earlier. I see. My friend Lux tried to do a hypnosis on me when I was about to say when I was a kid, but admittedly, I was not. And we sort of spent a long time trying to figure out what my like little hypnosis vision was. And we thought it was a Phoros rocket for so long, because I remember there was like, for some reason, my brain conjured this image of these like really big little plant type things, and I was like a bird type device that was very dark in color. And then I could see my little bird peats, and they were like greenish olive. And I remember in the thing that happened when I was little hypnotized with my friend, which like could have just been me making it up, but this is the kicker. In the thing that I saw, her eye is too big on this side, there was another bird that showed up, which looked to be the same sort of bird, like it was also black. I could barely see it because it was very dark. And I just felt so offended that it was there, that I was like, okay, so maybe it is a Phoros rocket, maybe they're territorial. But then guess what my friend showed me? That's right, we're still listening to ASMR. So in this theory and hypnosis thing, my friend was like, is it a trumpeter? And I was like, what the actual shit is a trumpeter? Okay, where's the olive wing? Okay, I'm gonna type in the Sophia dextralis. Here it is. Dang, where's the... There's one specific picture that includes the actual plants. Okay, I don't remember where the picture is. But it was like these little leafy bits that stick up. I saved the picture somewhere. But anyways, I basically got pretend little hypnosis by my friend, and then I saw the peats, and guess what color the peats are? They're the olive peats. And guess what? These are incredibly territorial birds. And they patrol their little territories. And they're so neat. I love them. They are groovy forms. And I've also had dreams before where I was a ill-flighted bird, which is a hilarious issue to have. So I don't know. I don't call myself a Therian, but I definitely understand. Strange is a lovely Gorgonopsid, that's true. In fact, I'm going to draw what I'm going to pretend Gorgonopsids look like in this reality. Okay, well, they're like almost mammals. Should it have a nose? You know what? I'm going to draw it like this. Yeah. Give it one little fang. They have like tails, I think. I think they're mostly erect stance. Oh yeah, there we go. Now let's add like a special little design. Let's give it like a little face mask. Make it look like a badger or something. I don't like that. Nah, let's go like a big spot. Yeah. One big spot. There you go. That's what it would look like. And it would be like this. And we're gonna pretend that the rest of this is colored. And then the eyes would be like orange. That's too orange. That's too brown. There we go. There we go. This is what we pretend it looks like. It's canon now. It's canon. It will never show up, but it's canon. There's Xenostrenchim. Yeah. Ooh, we got a lot of things written down. It is, and you are stuck as a 4'11" xenogender thingy. Haha, small. I am uncomfortably tall. I understand. My friend Beck is like ridiculously short. They're wonderful. I love them. He's so nice. We have 4 stereotypes. Okay, and our xenogender. Ooh, we're learning. We're using fun words that I don't normally get to engage with. Chickadee said Gorgonopsids are gods in universe. J. Joke/joke. I get internet slang. Dogs. Oh. That was fun. It was almost funnier. It was almost funnier before. Alpha says, the funny thing is Gorgonopsids had their ears on the back of their lower jaws. You know what? It's not fair. I don't draw ears on the dinosaurs. It wouldn't have ears. Okay. Chickadee, like that's what it looks like to me. Interesting. Alpha, so Gorgonopsid ear openings would be a hole in their bottom jaws. Yeah, I read things. I think there was a really cool paleo art I saw where it looked like a monotreme. Something. No, it didn't have like cartilage nose. It had like a reptile nose, but like lumpy thing. I don't know who drew it, but it looked fantastic. And then it had like the gross ear thing with the fur on it. And I really like that. The drawing, whoever made it. It looked like a monkey. Anyways. I don't know nearly as much about them as I do like dinosaurs and pterosaurs, because I just like dinosaurs and pterosaurs. Also, I'm going to zoom in real close for the screenshot, because I'm about to erase this guy now. I'll leave it up for a minute. Do I do lives like this every now and again? Just asking because you got until 4 hours and you have not slept. Oh, you should go to sleep. I'm glad to hear that I am at least interesting. But you should definitely go to sleep. I do stream sort of randomly. Depending on the topic that it's about, I might announce it on Instagram. Okay, now that I haven't looked at her for a while, I need her eye to move over. Like I have an Instagram account for my Fakemon account, for this comic one, and for just regular stuff, pardon. If it is related to one of those projects, I will announce it beforehand on one of those. Sometimes I just kind of randomly do it. There isn't really a time, but all the streams always go up into the playlist titled Streams, and they will be there forever. Wow. There are a couple that I deleted, but they weren't interesting ones. It was just like me playing Minecraft was one I deleted. Stuff like that. Ones like this are always going to be up there, so you can watch it whenever you have free time. And it's almost the same. Tehran says, whoa, way more comments since you've been gone. What'd you miss? So I barely drew anything. We made a canon Xenostrenchim. We're talking about Therians. Talking about a cool bird that I like. We're drawing Kyra, but standing properly. We're talking about sitting properly. What were we even talking about? There's just so much. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. I draw characters leaning to the side too much. Yeah, like she's just in general leaning to the side. Let me rotate her whole ass existence. She's gonna become slightly blurry, but I don't care. There. Now she's standing. Oh, Alpha says, so glad you stumbled across my channel on the PHP Prehistoric Planet. I see. Review video. Love pterosaurs, but because of David Peters, I hadn't been able to find much on their forelimb field or range of motion. Thank you very much. I didn't find much either. I really hope my friend Pedro, voice of Mapiru, and soon-to-be actual paleontologist and currently actual paleo artist, Instagram, definitely not Pedro, he wants to go into pterosaur research. And I am hoping with my fingers crossed he goes into pterosaur research and studies their fucking arms range of motion, because it makes me so mad that David Peters, her legs are too small in this picture, oh no. It makes me so mad that David Peters, like, is everywhere when you try and research that, and it's just incredibly frustrating. Okay, she's just gonna be blurry. She's just gonna be blurry, and we are going to accept this. Sometimes we're just blurry, you know? No reason to be sad about it. We're just blurry. Kyra doesn't mind. Okay. This doesn't matter very much. Okay. Anyways. Oh yeah, thank you, Alpha. That is a hilarious one to stumble upon, by the way, is the Prehistoric Planet review. I feel I was... Let me try and feminize the voice real quick. I feel like I was too mean in that video, but also I didn't expect anybody to see it, because most of my videos get like 10 views. I'm glad that that one popped off, but a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people had problems. I didn't research it quite as well as I should have, I don't think, but I don't know, it's a funny video. It replicates what it's like for me to force you to sit down and watch something with me, so that's fun. Milk splash. Frederico says, oh, they're so cute, you can't take it. Oh, thank you very much. I'm trying so hard to get her on model. She is... I think it's this eye is too tilted. Because, like, obviously her mouth is not centered. Like, it would be like that. Actually, I kind of like that. Nah, she needs to look softer. She's, like, talking out the side of her mouth. Oh, well, okay. I'm taking too long. Draw Monty. Monty looks really weird in this picture, and he will need to be corrected. I would really like to finish the lines. I'm not going to do the backgrounds today, because the backgrounds take way too long. But, you know, KandyEggs, if you were focused, you'd be done already. Don't at me like that, bitch. Trans girls calling themselves bitch is very therapeutic for us. I speak for everyone because I am the Lorax. I speak for the memes. This one kid at one of the schools that I substitute for, one of my favorite kids, probably my favorite kid. My first favorite kid got withdrawn from school for being around queer people, so that sucks. But this one kid, okay, love this kid, will not name drop. They asked me one day, do you want to see the sketchbook I made? And I was like, what? You made a sketchbook? That's awesome. Of course I want to see a handmade sketchbook. And the look in my eyes, the soul leaving my body as they withdrew an item from their bag. It was not necessarily a sketchbook. It was the DVD cover of the Illumination The Lorax, and to which they unclipped the plastic, opened it, and there was sketchbook paper inside. Sent me to another dimension. It was the funniest thing I have ever seen. Like, it's just a DVD cover of the Lorax with sketchbook paper in it. And it just completely unironically is the sketchbook, is the Lorax DVD box. Oh, that's like a core memory that I'm not forgetting. It's too good. Too good. I love that movie. As I was saying a long time ago, I don't even know if anybody even remembers it, but Sparzy, my brother, and I like to review movies, and we unironically love the Lorax. Like, the Illumination version factually ruined, like, so much of the message, but the movie is so dumb that we just love it anyways. Monty, your body needs to move over here. There, he's now more rounder. He looks so flat for some reason. Oh, this spike is too high. This spike is too high. Actually, it's not too high. It's bent wrong. Oops. Let's give that a fix. Whoop. That looked odd. No, I think it was right the first time. Yeah. Okay. Effects? No, we're still online. We need to draw Monty's little legs. The way the characters look are based on a number of things. First and foremost, Fossil Fighters. Love Fossil Fighters. It is my favorite game other than Minecraft and Pokemon. If I had to only pick one game to be like my favorite based on principle, it probably would be Fossil Fighters. But I played it so many times, and there's only 2 games that are worth people's attention. Whereas there's just so many more Pokemon games, and there's just infinite fun with Minecraft, that I just sort of like default, like, oh, I like Pokemon and Minecraft, but Fossil Fighters, we love. My true game, the game made exactly for me. But the way that the characters look are also meant to look like stuffed animals. Specifically, they are designed to look like Webkins, which is why their feet look like this. If anybody remembers Webkins, high five. Ba-choom. Or ka-chow. Wow, ka-chow. I keep saying, I don't normally... Yes, you do, KandyEggs. Tail. Yeah, this leg is too in. Let me move it out. He's doing a little bit of squatting. He does his little squat exercises. He's a good little lad. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So then this Monty, this Edmontonia, is walking away. So let's go ahead and add them. I don't know if this Edmontonia is a boy or a girl or some sort of gender non-conforming awesome thing. But tell you what I do know. Every Monty has the same voice. Every Edmontonia has the same voice. I have yet to decide if every, like, species has the same voice. Could be funny, but definitely, at the very least, every Edmontonia sounds like Monty. Okay, I'm liking that. Monty still looks a little bit wonky. He looks strangely HD. for how, like, bad his face is drawn. But, you know what? It's fine. Oh, I should check. Is my... Yeah, the camera's still working. If I get too close to the camera, it, like, stops focusing on my face and starts focusing on the background. And then everything is, like, incredibly overexposed. Yeah, Monty. Okay, let's go ahead and draw Tay real quick, because I like drawing Tay. Tay is one of the easiest characters to draw. The only difficult part is that I always default to drawing his head as a sphere, but his head is flat. His head is supposed to be like this, and then like his cheeks. But I sort of default to just drawing a circle because it's easier. Penta is definitely the most difficult one to draw. Like, he's easy technically, but all his little horns on his frill are very specific. And it's hard to draw in different angles. Like, 1, 2, 3, space. Okay, let me draw it up here. 1, 2, 3, space. 1, 2, 3, 4, in. 1, 2, 3, 4, space. 1, 2, 3, in. That is what... It's not to scale. That is what, he looks like every single day of the week. And then he has horns, which have stripes on them for some reason. And then his dumb little face. Oh, yeah. Authentic. Penta's my favorite. Not to play favorites, but Penta's my favorite. Okay, you know what? Here is the plan. I think after I finish the lines on the characters, I think I'm going to be done for the night. But would we want to watch the original version of my... I'm speaking so slow because it's hard to draw circles. Would we want to watch the original version of this comic in video form? And then also have me watch it with you guys and cringe at it? Or would we like to just be done after a little bit more of a conversation? Ooh, we got a little buddy in the chat. Is meat eaten in the world of Pokemon made of Pokemon? You see, that's an excellent question. They half confirmed this in Scarlet and Violet. Before then, we had things like Slowpoke tail that were like clearly made of Slowpoke, but then they're like, but the Slowpoke tail grows back. But they purposely, in the trailers in Scarlet and Violet, showed meat products made of pigs, and then revealed later the pig meat Pokemon, Lechonk, which heavily implies that people eat Lechonks. Ew, the stripes look horrible right there. What the shit? Okay, we got it. There we go. Okay, his face is a little bit too round, but what are you gonna do? Fix it? Probably. There we go. It looks sort of like he got a muzzle. I like Edrosaurs. They're my favorite dinosaurs that aren't birds. Just birds are so weird. You can't really beat them. You know what it is? It's this eye is angled improperly. There. Oh, now he looks edgy, though. Gotta fix that. Or we can go like this. Crawling in my skin. Oh, yeah. Now he's emo. KandyEggs is getting tired, dog. Chickadee says, I prefer your real voice, but I have personal rage issues with digital voices. I am so stupid. I can read. So we can do it just so that I am reading it aloud for you guys. Because I did mostly just put it in digital form because it is drawn in charcoal because Kid Me was stupid. So I wanted to document it before it gets like scrubbed away by the throes of time. But I can definitely just read it aloud for you guys and not have the stupid robot voices. If that would be preferable. Da, 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 da. Why is his arm so long right here? Oh, I just realized we're out of Count Chocula now because I ate the last of the Count Chocula. What am I going to do without Count Chocula? What am I going to do, cherubs? Ew, his body's like really asymmetrical. What the fuck? And there, we fixing it. Hey, what did they do to you? Why'd they draw you so badly? No, this end needs to be taller. Yeah. Yeah. Then we add his little tail. Ew. His hands look so bad. Why are they so far over? You know what? Let's just angle the limbs so that he's leaning. So we don't have to redraw the whole picture. It is starting to get to the point in the night where I'm bad at drawing. So let's try and finish these up. Oops. As efficiently as possible. Yeah, that's nice. It's a little thinner than I normally draw his body, but he is standing from the front. And the art style is incredibly inconsistent. Okay, that's good. People in Pokemon do eat Magikarp, but so does everyone. Real. Magikarp is a silly little guy. Kid Me really liked Magikarp. I had a Gyarados in my first Pokemon team. One of my brother's friends didn't realize that Magikarp turned into Gyarados, and even me, as my first time playing Pokemon without seeing any of the media or anything, was like, but yeah, they have similar design elements. Gyarados just has Magikarp's fins on top of it. Chickadee, that would be better. Okay, so reading it out loud is better. Misophonia. Interesting. Makes you want to use a spoon to remove your canals. Real. Okay, so I don't know quite what misophonia is. I can extrapolate, but I know that people scratching like felt, it makes me die. So I definitely understand with that one. Monty becoming enraged. Oh yeah. I love characters becoming enraged because you get to have these really loose, like, sharp lines. And it fits the character. Like, the fact that these aren't smooth only works with the fact that he's making this expression. Oh, that eye was too big. I always dreamed of this becoming like an animated cartoon. But gosh forbid it did. It would be like the most visually inconsistent thing in the entire world. Because like I don't even draw with the characters on model most of the time. It would be actual hell to try and like correct poor people who put so much work into drawing the characters to be like, you know, Monty, despite the fact that I draw him like that all the time, he's not supposed to look like that. feel so bad for stuff like that. I'm getting like a lot faster with drawing the characters though. The backgrounds I still really struggle to do at any sort of speed, but the characters themselves, especially Monty, used to be really hard for me to draw. It's a very specific shape. Monty looking a bit chonky here. Nothing wrong with that, but that is not very on model for Monty. Except in like the first page where he like didn't have legs, he looks like this. And a lot of the first couple pages, he just doesn't have legs. He only has feet, which is weird. And I fixed it because Edmontonia and a lot of what are they called? Nodosaurians, right? Nodosaurs. Yes, nodosaurians. A lot of them have really long legs, and unlike a lot of dinosaurs, their like arms and legs are very. That's not what their eye is. Their arms and legs are like very similar in length to each other. Like they're shaped like a lot of crocodilomorphs. So like that's basically what real Monty looks like. Spikes. I don't remember how the spikes go. Yay, Monty! And also the necky ones. I like them. They should be in like games and animation more. The prehistoric planet scene where I don't know what they were. The little Monty type devices go into hibernate. That's like my favorite part in the whole show. Chickadee also wants more Count Jogula. Give the gender queers Count Jogula. Alright. She is very asymmetrical here. We're gonna need to go in like a surgeon. Secret trick for people who have a similar art style to me, by the way. Triangles are angry. That doesn't make any sense, but it's true. Triangles are angry. Like, subconsciously, they just are. So, because I don't draw pupils very logically in this art style, if characters are angry or scared or something, their pupils become triangles. Like, what looks more scared? This? Or this? Like, look at that. So much more emotion out of the triangle, isn't it? I am losing the femboys so hard. Holy shit. It's really hard to keep doing. Okay, you know what? KandyEggs challenge. I'm gonna do it as femme as possible. Okay, so this is about as much as I can do. There we go. Wow, I sound so fucking punchable. I'm gonna stop. I've done it better before. I didn't get it to lock in properly. Voice training is hard. Oh, gotta be sure to connect these lines so that I don't inconvenience myself when coloring. I should probably stream the coloring process too. Coloring is like my favorite part, so I can definitely talk over the entire thing. Staying loose with the lines, though, is very, very useful. This eye is still too big for her head. There. Voice training is hard indeed, bud. I call people like Bud and Champ now. Why is her head look so lumpy? Okay. We are getting confused. Okay, wait, this is looking better. This is looking better. Let me just redraw her mouth and move her nose thing. I don't actually know if this is or is not her nose, but it sure is where Elmo's nose is. She's blue Elmo. Yeah, I like this mouth better. She is kind of literally blue Elmo, huh? Alright, let's make her head smaller so that it's proportioned with her body. She will become blurrier, but that is fine. Okay. Let's draw her arm first. She looks so done with Monty right now. Alright, we're fixing her proportions. Draw her little two wispies, which are... If anyone's ever wondered what those wispies are meant to be, it's partly because, like, rabbits have this really cute thing where, like, they have, like, their little ears, and then, like, it goes in the back of their head, and they have, like, these wispies on their necks. And I love this. But it's also partially because they're all meant to be webkins. They're supposed to look like webkins, and this is like meant to represent like that webkin's texture with the little threads sticking out. I love that so much. Kyra's also meant to kind of look like she's wearing a fancy dress. I don't even know what it's called. Like the lace thing that goes in front. Like here's a dress, and it's like this sort of thing. That was the world's best drawing right there. Yeah, she's just a femme girly. In the second book, because there's going to be 4 chapters. This is chapter 2. Chapter 2 is the longest. I like to make 1 chapter per book really long. I say like I've done it more than once. But, oh gosh, that was horrible. This is the long chapter in this book. But, in the book 2, the chapter with these characters in it is the dinosaur western, and the plot is that Monty is a cowboy. And the joke is that how do they know what cowboys are? 1. And also, Tay is the horse. Tay is the horse. Nobody knows what a horse is except Monty. Like, or well, I should rephrase. None of the main characters know what a horse is except Monty. And Tay is just so confused by this, but like everyone else in the dinosaur western area knows what a horse is. By like the concept of a horse. They don't actually know what a horse is, but they know that you ride on a horse and horses don't talk, and horses wear saddles, and horses eat oats and stuff like that. Okay, she is leaning right now. I'm gonna redraw this pupil, but then be done with it. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Oops, didn't finish drawing this. We're almost out of here, babes. Kind of have to pee. This is the longest I've gone without peeing for a long time. Spironolactone makes you have to pee constantly or else you, like, die or something. Okay, so we are going to go as fast as is possible. Here's Monty with us. Oops, fuck. Here's Monty with a little face. I love making the characters get these, like, fish eyes, where it's just the pupil takes up their entire eye. It makes them look so dumb. Oh, speaking of webkins, by the way, the reason they have teeth like this is because I was, like, fascinated by the webkin's whale. opening its mouth and it looked like this. Because, like, that's how, like, Baleen looks. But I just loved how it looked. And, like, technically these are animals with beaks that have teeth on the side like that. And so I just have been drawing them like that for the longest time. That was a cute Monty. I never draw Monty's, like, face long enough. In profile, he's supposed to look like this. But I never do. In profile, he always just ends up like this. Monty. But oh well. It's a very plastic art style, so who cares? Or not plastic. Wait, no, what? Does plastic mean staying the same or changing? I don't know. His spike looks so stupid here. Monty time. There's also going to be a chapter where this group, because there's 3 different groups. Each chapter, like, sort of rotates which group we follow around. And there's going to be one of the ones where this group infiltrates, like, the world's leading powers. Their, like, little collusion conference. And then they basically, like, abduct the leader of is it the Old Man Formation? Whatever the one is that has, like, Pechurhinosaurus, the snow one and stuff. They basically abduct the leader in there and then pretend that Monty is the leader because Monty looks basically the same as a regular Edmontonia. And then they're gonna just, like, eavesdrop on, like, the world's leading powers collusion to take over. And that's gonna be very fun. This tail is so short. These animals have such long, thin tails in real life, and then I just stylize it to nub. Okay, I'm not liking that. I'm gonna redraw it. Over here. This leg is bothering me a little bit. Let's bow it out. Okay. I'm liking that. He looks very cute in that picture. Not the most on model, but should he have eyebrows? Yeah, it's funnier with eyebrows. Okay. Alright, we are almost done here. It always sucks when I have to, like, turn the very simple, funny drawing into an actual one, because, like, connecting the lines and stuff makes it so much less funny. Joop, joop. If you don't make the noises, are you really drawing? You know? I like his design. The Utahraptor was, like, the first one I drew on the spoiler page. I like to tell Metasaurus' colors. The Utahraptor was, like, the first one I drew. So it's much less brightly colored than a lot of the other characters are. It's in a slightly different art style. I have slowly, like, changed it. Like, it started out with, like, a perfectly spherical face. Her mouth looks very funny, but it does need to be down here because she has a muzzle. She doesn't need to make sense in 3D. I've had like mini polls on the Instagram account for this comic as to whether or not these are furries. And I just genuinely do not know the answer to that question. Like, in a way, but I feel like they're so completely removed from both what actual animals look like and also the concept of a furry that they almost like don't even count. Because it's like, Bluey is a good example because they kind of are built like Bluey characters. Are Bluey characters furries? Like, they're dogs, they're anthropomorphic dogs, but are they furries? Who's to say? Oh, I just realized I've been like mouth breathing this entire time. That is embarrassing. I am in a constant state of forgetting that I have the camera on. My excuse for mouth breathing, though, is that I have an incredibly asymmetrical nose hole in my skeleton. It is to the point where I can barely breathe through one side of my nose, which is both why I constantly like sniff into the microphone and partly why my voice sounds like this. Wing. Or apologies, wingy. I call them wingies because they don't fly. If they're wings, they fly. If they're wingies, they don't fly. Okay, I like that. Now let's add her tail. Her tail, which, like, by the way, is based on the Neopets McDonald's toys for the one the one that looks like this. Hold on. This thing. That is what her tail shape is based on for the, or I guess the art style of dromaeosaurs in general. Like, they just have these really long, like, sheet-looking tails. Which, because it is based on an actual stuffed animal, those McDonald's toys, it does help the art style as a whole looks more like the characters are stuffed animals. Just because the tails are like that instead of being more realistic. Aw, Chickadee Stevenson, are you saying you were a Neopet kid? Iconic. Well, I can't even say I was too young for Neopets, because Neopets stayed open the whole time I was a kid. I just wasn't allowed to play it because the whole website looks like a computer virus. But I would have been. I played Webkins, and then I played Animal Jam a lot as well. But that was when I was a lot older. Sparesy and I used it, Animal Jam, to just troll people mostly. We trolled people and then we made like cute little houses. That's what we did in Animal Jam, and it was wonderful. Which oops, that caught weirdly. Oops, wait, I had it mirrored. All of these scratch lines need to go in this direction in my art style for some reason. Okay. Now, the last thing we need to do is add the regalias right here. And then add in the buffs for her body. Itch nose. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that here as well. And you know what, babes? I think that is going to do it for today. So, let's go ahead. Still listen to ASMR as I do. Where is my own channel? Let's go. Wait, was that it up there? No, that's a speed paint. Show me more videos. I hope we don't see any removed videos. There are some. Okay, where is it? Did I really... When did I make it? Oh, Dinosaur Comic Community's Kit. There it is. Alright, so the audio should be off on the stream, but I'm just gonna... Hey, look, there we are. There's the stream right there. This is so meta. That thumbnail looks actually pretty nice. You can't read it, unfortunately. It's pretty nice, though. Alright, so here is our stream. These look so off-model now. Whoa, this is me explaining it. This is me explaining. I made this comic as a kid when I was in like 3rd or 4th grade. There's a dinosaur. I don't remember why I'm talking about this. There's a pentaceratops. Oh yeah, I remember why I was saying this. The reason the characters even exist is because the trailer for Ice Age 3 came out, like the first teaser trailer. There was a baby Triceratops, and it had an enormous head frill, and I remember even as a kid, I was like, if they wanted to do the joke about the Ceratopsian having an enormous head frill, why didn't they make it be Pentaceratops instead of Triceratops? And then I drew a Pentaceratops baby with a giant head, and that's where this entire comic came from. So that's fun. I guess we could, like, pinpoint exactly when I started the comic then. This was, like, almost immediately after I saw that teaser trailer for the first time. Yeah, so here's me talking about the fact that I'm redoing the comic. By the way, this is before I decided to color it. I am so glad I decided to color it because you can't tell the background apart from the characters without color. And especially, all the characters look exactly the same because they are designed to be exactly the same unless they are colored differently. And while I do design them with the idea of like I will have a black, a gray, and a white, they all look too similar when they're not colored. I hope I'm still visible in the camera. Okay, so Prehistoric Adventure. That's what it's called. We got the original version of Tay, the original version of Penta. This is drawn with charcoal. And then colored in with colored pencil after the fact, and they're pulling a leaf. And now it's Prehistoric Adventure, book 1, Egg of the Forgotten. And they're walking down a peninsula. There's the characters in modern time. There's Tay, we love Tay. We've been staring at me drawing Tay this whole time. And then there's Penta, who actually looks like a Pentaceratops and is actually identifiable as one now. Before, like, what even is that? Hey, it's not my fault. I didn't know the cliff was here. That's Tay talking. And I remember I really wanted it to be like, I have these lines because I was like, they're not actually talking, they're animals. So they're going like, bah, 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 bah. But then it's like a translation, which is why it's in parentheses. That was stupid. But it's like, hey, I didn't know the cliff was here. And Penta's like, I'm gonna lead from now on. And then while they're arguing, the egg rolls away. Eggy, that's the egg's name, and she's bah, bah, bah. And so the egg rolls all the way over. You guys can't see when I gesture, I need the mouse. It rolls all the way over here, it goes over the lava river. Now they're all the way over there, and now it's in an ice area for some reason, and they're still over there, and then it goes in this hole and crushes a mammal type thing. But then they run back and they run in different directions. What? Oh, and Penta's all alone. He's asking, Eggy? Eggy? And then there's Murgo. Eggy? He's looking at a bush. He's too stupid. He doesn't know. And then there's Murgo. There's Murgo. There he is. There he is, babes. He goes, what's your name? He goes, I'm Penta. And he goes, my Murgo. Because this is how I talked. I thought people talked as a child. I was like, what's your name? Penta. And he just responds Murgo. He doesn't say my name is Murgo. He said, nice to meet you, Penta. He just said Murgo. And then I added this later on as to pretend I foreshadowed stuff. But there is Nasaris. He goes, it's happening. The great prophecy of the forgotten states it. Oh, and then there he is. Hey, look, there's the spoiler from earlier, too. There's Pyron Reaper. What little guys. What little guys. And then he absconds. I'm looking for a blue egg. And then Murgo goes, sorry, we only have red eggs here. Because apparently they're like color-coded eggs or something. That's something I scrapped. Well, you are outsiders, I think he says. It's gotta be here. And then Penta's like, why is this guy like this? I think he's confused because of the way he's phrasing it. And he's, come on, follow me. And then Penta's like, okay. And then right next to them, because comedy, is Tay sniffing. And then he goes, aha, eggy tracks. I know those anywhere. And the joke is that there's just a mark in the ground. And meanwhile, we're walking over some lava rivers. Now we're walking over a lava stream. Now we're walking over a lava drain. Then you go mini lava rivers later. This is hopeless. Look how far we've gotten. And clearly the joke is that they haven't gotten anywhere because they've gone right through a bunch of lava rivers. And he goes, you're no help. You're just slowing me down. And then Mirko goes, well... Oh, this is hold down well a long minute. If you feel that way, then go on your own. And then he's sad and he hides behind a rock. And then Penta feels bad. He goes, Margo, I'm sorry. Well, then let's get going. Okay. Oh, and this is the first time Tay has the pattern that he still has. He goes, a lava river? This is a job for Super Dino. I have no idea what he does. Then he steps over the lava. That's his power as he stepped over it. He goes, Super Dino saves the day. Ah! And then he falls down. And then there's a reference to Tarzan. It's so stupid. There's a reference to Tarzan, the baby man that goes, it's a piranha. This is snow, by the way. You can't tell because it's a piece of paper and everything is white on the background. And he goes, someone's gonna feel that in the morning. Because if he fell down hard, that's the joke. I'm gonna check the engagement. Okay, we're just listening. That's good because I can't read things when I'm watching it. And now he's in a cave and it's like lightning out. And he's like, I must find Eggy, the Precious. Because I don't know how to spell. And then there's two of him for some reason because it's him talking to himself. And he goes, we must find the Precious, but we can't find it. But we will. And then it turns racist. So basically, I grew up in the United States, in Arizona, and it's very unfortunate for the representation of Native cultures here. But basically, the bit is that he turns wild. Okay. We are acknowledging it. We are acknowledging that it is in the past. And I am no longer a fourth grader with that understanding of the world. So he's swinging on vines because it's still like Tarzan. And then he hits the wall and he hits the ground again. He goes, it's impossible to get out. Because he's in like a bowl, I guess. And then we cut back to Murgo and Penta. And Murgo just does not shut up. This cantankerous motherfucker. Cantankerous isn't the right word. This facetious motherfucker. He goes, my aunt is weird. Because they're in the middle of a conversation. And he's like, oh, there's an earthquake. And then it's actually... like an avalanche or something, and he goes, a rock door, but it won't budge. And for some reason, they're all the way over on the corner. Penta goes, oh, we need to use a secret words. And then Murgo goes, well, it's worth a try. And then Penta just yells, open sesame, and then it works. His face is cursed. Then they go in. And now we go back to Tay. And then Junior is here, who's a character who doesn't exist anymore, but basically becomes Mapu, sort of. And then Tay goes, I'm Tay. And then Junior says, I'm Junior. Except I spell it J-R. And then they go, best buds, because they're friends now. And then they're running through the cave, though. There's a light. Wow, icy land. And then they're in icy land. And this is right where Tay was this whole time. Because you can tell because they're right there. And there's where he hit the wall. And they're experiencing snow for the first time, but you can't tell it's snow because the whole background's white. He's like, it's so cold. I just itched my fucking plastic choker. That kind of hurt. It's so cold, like frozen water. If that's frozen water, Penta's just, help me, I'm drowning. And now they're running, and it's like weirdly different art style again. Tay's like, so this is snow? And he goes, yep. Because Junior is telling him all about snow, apparently, and we just don't get to see it. Penta's sinking into the snow. Come out. Oh, you're okay. And then Penta goes, what's that? Crumble, crumble. And then the avalanche shows up. Avalanche. Aw, snap. And they're getting chased by an anthropomorphized avalanche. But then, look, there's the egg. Oh, look, there's the egg. Someone left their blue egg alone, and he's going to get eaten up. Oh, blue egg. Oh, no, Eggy, I'll help you. And then he saves Eggy just in time. He's like, Eggy, I've been looking for you everywhere for you. Well, sort of. And then the Junior, who knows about this situation, apparently, he's just, you found him. He's all happy. And they're getting chased by this avalanche, and it's like, is that Tay and Eggy? And then Murgo somehow confirms this and concurs to this assertion that this is indeed his friends that he has told stories about. And then the avalanche falls off the cliff, and now they are hugging the egg. And then everyone introduces each other, and they're like, this is strange. Why are they rubbing their flaccid cheeks all over this egg? And then they're carrying the egg, and they're like walking again. And okay, now we can see the whole picture. Penta's singing. Tay is sitting on the giant egg. And then Murgo goes, let's rest before we... Wait, he says, now where are we gonna go? And... what order am I supposed to read this in past me? Now where are we gonna go? Paraplanes is along these rocks, says Junior. Then Murgo says, let's rest before we cross. That sounds right. Ew, advertisement. Get away. Get away. Okay. And then Penta makes fire, and he's like, yes. And then he's like, darn, ice, because the fire froze somehow. And then Junior is asking, how did you guys meet Eggy anyway? Because, you know, I have to put the deep backstory for the thing that I just started writing. And then Tay is like, it was so long ago. Only I can remember, because he's the oldest for some reason. Okay, so he was left alone on the beach of nothing, which is what they call the desert. And he's all lost. But then Penta falls off a cliff as a baby. And Penta can't walk or anything for some reason. I guess he's ultra-short. And then baby Tay goes to save baby Penta right before he falls to his death. And he's holding him the same way he held Eggy. And then Junior's like, so that, fuck. And then Junior's like, so that's why we became friends so fast. You were all alone again. Because, you know, the last time he was alone, he saved this random guy. And I guess Kid Me thought, yeah, that's how psychology works. So, whoa, just a little taste of the hidden darkness of my mind. Or whatever the I drew a dark fucked up version meme is. And then Baby Tay's like, I'm going to call you Penta because you're Pentaceratops. My name is Tay, and I'm lost in the nothing beach with you. Look, in ocean, we can get out, because that makes sense. That makes sense. They need the ocean. I guess they're going to follow the ocean until they reach a way to the regular area. And then there's an egg, and then they just stumble upon this giant egg. And Penta calls it an eggy, and... Penta calls it an eggy, and then Tay walks up. He's like, yeah, that should be his name, Eggy, and we can take it with us, with this leaf and vine that I just made. And then they're running, and now this is how the story began. Wow. And then here's a drawing of the map, which is definitely not a picture of Antarctica by accident. Yeah. Oh, and then there's that Therizinosaurus guy. They're sleeping. It's nighttime because there's a moon. Wind is blowing pretty hard. Penta has icicles on his frill. And then it's the morning now. He goes, well, morning, warp. And then he's doing another Pixar reference. He's like, yellow snow cones? Don't worry. They're lemon flavored. Or however that one guy sounds. It's so dumb. And then the Tyrannosaurus goes, "Stop! The prophecy states only two shall pass to paraplanes, and an egg." And then Penta goes, "A Tyrannosaurus? They are rare." Because when I was a kid, Tyrannosaurs were like a newly discovered group. So it was sort of like, ooh, Tyrannosaurs, we know so little about them. They're so rare. And I think that's a fun thing to capture in this, is that the spirit of what a child interpreted from that is fun. And then she's like, "What prophecy?" And then I didn't know how to use a computer. But either way, they're not going to question the prophecy, because Murgo, who has nose on the top of his head for some reason, old paleo art trend. And it's like, guess this is it. You guys gotta go, because we clearly aren't part of the prophecy. And he says, "We'll see you again, we promise." And they just like trot off into the non-existent distance. And then the egg starts hatching. He goes, "Where did that theirself go?" And he says, "Just you, me, and Eggy now." And then Eggy starts to hatch. He's like, "Sniff, sniff." And then Tay's like, "Oh, back to where we started, because it's just us three characters." But then the egg hatches, and the egg, even though it is a hard-shelled egg, it comes out and it's a Dimetrodon. That's unnatural. Ooh. We have a really odd-looking drawing of a Dryosaurus, I assume. Oh, then Eggy looks weird. And Tay's freaking out. He's like, "The monster ate Eggy. Oh, Rex, it ate Eggy." Because Rex is their dinosaur god. Which I have reworked in the modern version of the comic into something else. Something that I like a lot more. Because there's like an actual dinosaur religion in the comic that I think is fun. And then Penta realizes that is Eggy. Because this is just that episode of SpongeBob where they hatch a butterfly, and then he's like, "Come on, don't be afraid." But then it starts to attack him because he's evil, because he's not a dinosaur. He goes, "Nagy, no, Penta!" But then guess what? Eggy is nice. He's looking at him. He goes, "Eggy, stop it." Also, this is me zooming in and pointing out they have elemental powers, and I just haven't shown that yet. This is me foreshadowing. Those are supposed to be bubbles coming out of his head, because he's like a snork, which is why Tay is the water one. It is not a penis. Was not old enough to understand that Chindaosaurus looks like a penis in a lot of paleo art. Oh, and then there's this turtle guy who's a pseudo Atlas. Yeah, this is sort of Mapu. That was the earth elemental before Mapu, which I now call the mineral elemental. He's screaming, and then here's Eggy as an adult pausing the screen because I really liked the Emperor's New Groove. And then Eggy says, "This is Shellos. He is shy, but he is nice. Kind of overreactive at times." That's me trying to describe my characters as a child. He's the overreactive character because he goes, "Ah!" And then he presses play on the TV because he's like showing it to us. Tay goes, "What's your name?" And then he goes, "Shellos, why you with one forgotten?" And then Tay goes, "Forgotten." And then Penta took that literally and goes, "Hello, Shellos, you have like a rap name, dude." Whitest ass sentence I've ever conceived. Anyways, I have canon human designs for these dinosaur characters, like the modern versions of them. Most of the characters are the ethnicities of the locations of which they would be in real life. But Tay and Chasma are white as fuck because of shit like this. They're both very old characters of mine. So I just draw them as white. This is funny. There's a speed paint of them as humans, if anyone wants to read or watch that. That Forgotten isn't eating you. He's talking about Eggy. What do you mean, the Forgotten? He's just supposed to be extinct because he's a Metrodon? I'll tell you the story. My name is Sheloidic for Shello for short. Yeah. The joke is he has a strange name. The gods and the titans were in a great battle because Kid Me watched Disney's Hercules and didn't realize it was based on real religions. Basically, the dinosaur gods fought each other, and then the bad one was defeated. And then it turns into a skeleton. But then its skeleton leaks from the center of the earth the extinct creatures that aren't supposed to be there. And they're like evil. Yeah. And then, even though only 2 could travel into paraplanes, we're just joining Shellos is coming with us. Penna's like, you want to travel with us? He's like, I have nowhere else to go. Where are you going? And he's just like a tortoise. I mean, pseudo... I don't remember. It got its genus changed. I think I included it in the back, but it's not called that anymore. Testudo, I think is what it was originally. Where are you trying to find a nice place to grow up and live? Because this is the land before time. And Penta, looking iconic in that frame, says places like that are shrinking throughout Nigeria, which is what I called the dinosaur world, because I just sort of scrambled letters together. I apparently didn't know that Niger was a country either. And then Mapu, I'm just going to call him Mapu, fuck it, says, don't I know it? Because he's like, oh, I hate it here, even though there's no reason for him to hate it here. And then Eggy's eating like a dragonfly. And then Penta goes, I have a question, Tay. Why does everybody look like you? Because Tay was like the base character design in this art style. And then there's Pear Lake in the background. And then he's like, whoa, Pear Lake. Wow. Ew, why do I have to watch ads on my own YouTube channel? Yeah, and then that's it. That is it. And then I just started to talk about it in the end. And there's like flavor text for all the characters. It's really dumb. That's pretty much it. Oh, there's been chats going on. Pardon, I couldn't see the chat when I had the silly video going up. Felt curious. This OMG is so unexpected. You love it. Thank you. Sam's back. I just came back to the stream. What is going on? It is silly time. I've been drawing for too long. Don't really want to sit still anymore. We have been reacting to the original version of this comic from when I was in like 4th grade. You walked in on something beautiful. Fuck curious. You came back as well. Iconic friends. KandyEggs canceled, confirmed. Real. It's before I got transgendered. What can I say? Me, a genius. Is there opabinia? So there will be. I think I said earlier. Yeah, I did. I said a lot earlier, probably repeatedly. There are things from before the Triassic. We pretend the Triassic didn't exist, but like Megalograptus is here, Pterygotus is here. We sort of pretend that there wasn't a Triassic and there wasn't a Permian, but everything else other than synapsids, we pretend synapsids don't exist in general. We sort of just like put them in sometimes. Like the iconic Cambrian ones have to be in here because they're iconic. And because they are iconic, things like Anomalocaris and things like Opabinia will probably be actual people in this universe, in this world. Because like the popular creatures get to be people, the unpopular things like fishes and Pseudotsuchians, they don't get to be people, they get to be animals. So I will eventually put Anomalocaris and stuff in here, and they will probably be people. I might turn them into animals just because that's like a fun thing to just have like a dinosaur eating an Anomalocaris like it's a shrimp. That's funny. Funny visual. I haven't decided yet, but we will see. Let me get the chat back open. Alrighty. Federico goes, what? Or rather, ho. The huh cat is funny to me. I really have to go explode my organs. I have to pee very bad. You're not supposed to hold in your pee, especially when you're on spironolactone. But it has been a fun time. Everyone who has been here for this KandyEggs shit post, thank you for showing up. Thank you for having a good time in the chat. Thank you for having a good time if you're watching this after the fact. I don't know why. Hello. Hello. Thank you for watching. So, this has been an iconic KandyEggs stream. Thank you for pardoning my cringe femme voice that I keep losing. Thank you for pardoning my weird makeup and my weird face. I hope everyone has a fantastic night, fantastic rest of your day, etc., etc. I'm gonna wait a little bit for people's comments to come in case they want to say goodbye. I might be closing it too soon. We will see. We ended up getting pretty good progress. Anyways, ooh, I really have to use the restroom. Okay. Bye, friends. Thank you oh so very much. Thank you oh so very much. I always appreciate it. I am not centered on the screen. Look at my tiny little bangs sticking out because they don't fit behind my head. Ooh. I need to grow out my hair again. Ooh, we got a chat thing. Where did it go? Bye-bye, Chickadee Stevenson. There we go. Okay. This is the last call. This is actually the last call. Bye.